So thank you. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9:30 on that clock. And so thank you for coming to our organizational meeting today. I would like to call for nominations for the position of Reeve. Councillor Dean.
I'd nominate Dave Cush for the position of Reeve if he'll accept it.
Okay, perfect. I will call a second time for nominations for the position of Reeve. Calling a third time for nominations of Reeve. Perfect. With the nominations cease for the position of Reeve, I would like to declare that Dave Cush as the Reeve for a term of 1 year would be the recommendation I bring before council. So I could get a motion as such to appoint Reeve Cush for a term of 1 year.
I'm prepared to make that motion.
Thank you. I guess call the questions, or what is that what you guys say?
Yeah.
Yeah, call the questions in terms of that. Hearing none, all in favor? Perfect. Thank you. I will give you the oath of office if you could.
There you go, sir. Okay, now I guess moving on. Appointment of Deputy Reeve. So selection of Deputy Reeve, term position. Administration is recommending a 1 year. In the past, we've done it 8 months in rotation based off of alphabetical order on name, depending on who wants to do it or who doesn't. But looking for discussion from council if we want to do a 1 year appointment or if we want to continue rotation. Councillor Dean?
I think I'd already made my opinion known, but I just really think there's value in spreading it around. And you know, so that's the way I feel on this situation.
Councillor Kuchen?
Yeah, I do feel there's value in spreading it around as well, but you know, the other side of the coin is that I think you know, there were issues like, you know, if you really want the job, like it is an important part of our organization, and I think that it does serve a purpose to actually, as individuals, to understand that when you do get into that position, you take on Dave's position and his responsibility, and you know, if you're not comfortable with it, you should be able to speak up and say, no, I'm not comfortable with it at the time, because I was very uncomfortable with it when I was first in that circle. I wouldn't be so much now anymore, but I think, you know, that is, if you're just in the rotation, I think it's probably a little harder to say no, because now your name's up and you're required to do it. So I do see value in both. So I think it would be up to council.
Councillor?
I concur that I like the rotation and just would want to make sure that if the caveat is put in there that a person can decline. So when it comes to their turn, if they want to pass on their turn, because then it would go
Yeah,
continue
and we would
in
just skip and
rotation.
we would go over again. That's
Yeah.
perfectly fine. Any other discussion, councillor?
I also concur, and I like your addition that they be able to decline. I think it's a really good opportunity for especially new counselors to learn the leadership role. And that helps you when you go onto boards and committees and agencies and commissions, because then you can take a leadership role there as well.
No, I'm not sure, in the one page here we do have, it's option 3. I know we're kind of jumping around here between paper and digital, so Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I was sure that I saw option 2 and maybe even 3 digitally last night, but I can't find it.
It is in the printed RFD, just not on the.
Okay.
I'll make the motion here, just so I have this in front of me,
Sure.
time-wise, that council appoint Deputy Reeve in alphabetical order in an 8-month rotation over the 4 year for the dates presented. First being October 29th to June 28th, 26, then June 29th to February 27th, 2027, February 28th to October 27th, 2027, October 29, just wonder, we do have a 2-day overlap there, is that just due to a holiday? See, okay, to June 28th, 2028, June 29 to February 27th, 2029, and then finally February 28th to October 27th, 2029, after the end of the elections, with a caveat that individuals may decline the position when their chance comes up. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question, all in favor? Aye, that is moved. So with that, we need to appoint our deputy reeve, alphabetically would be,
That's what I was wondering, if that was in the motion.
yeah, that's our second, so it'd be Councillor Dean. If I can have a motion to appoint Councillor Dean, Councillor Kuchen,
I'll move that we appoint Councillor Dean as deputy reeve.
You didn't ask me if I wanted to.
The term determined at the time of appointment.
thank you, so a motion to declare Councillor Dean as our deputy reeve. Discussion on that motion, I'm not seeing any, I'll call that question, all in favor? Congratulations, deputy reeve. Number 4, seat assignment, everybody good with their seat or sitting, happy, does anybody want to change seats, move? Okay, we can skip past seat assignment. And then number 5 is establishment of regular meeting dates. We do have, they send a calendar in here with our current every 2 weeks on a Wednesday. I know we were having some discussions here yesterday around possibly changing if needed, just looking for discussion from council. I know some of the recommendations were moving our council days to a Thursday just to help with other outside work relations, and going to a daytime instead of day and evening, just again, it saves administration costs. So any discussion, or is everybody okay with moving the schedule back and sticking to daytime?
Just based on the discussion that we had, it sounded like Thursday mornings were gonna be the most efficient for people, so I guess that's kind of where I'd be going with it, Thursday mornings.
And we need to set or establish a number 2 here's governance priorities, sorry. So council meetings for Thursdays, any discussion, everybody okay with that then? Go ahead, Councillor.
Just a question about the start time, 9:30 versus 9. Can we start at 9? Does that, or was there, I'm curious what the reason was.
They were getting administration sorted out first thing in the morning, but again, things have changed administratively, so.
Our agendas are pre-approved the week before. Having that extra half hour there in the event if we have had some technical difficulties at an IT level. Sometimes the computers don't like to necessarily work when they need to. So we have had the benefit of just giving us that extra hour to make sure everything is working functionally. If you would like to switch it to 9, we'll make that work regardless.
Councillor Dean.
Thanks through the chair, just speaking to the RFD here. So there's 2 options, first and third or second and fourth that we had previously. The last 4 years it was just every second one, but now they're defining per month, so I guess we need to make a choice there.
Or we continue on the every 2 weeks.
Or we
Just-
continue on the
Yeah,
other 2
it's
weeks.
council's schedule. Councillor
So
Whitten?
just for my schedule, I'll work till next Wednesday the 5th, and I'll be off on the 6th until the next Wednesday the 12th, and then I get off again on the 13th, so
So every 2 weeks would work.
yeah, it'd be every 2 weeks, but it would, like I said, it would be, have to start next Wednesday, the 6th, cause I'm off that Wednesday, or that Thursday, and then the next Thursday I'll be working, and then the next Thursday I'd be off. So it'd be the 6th and the 20th.
Just trying to.
So it'd be just opposite of what's on there now.
Councillor Dean?
So is there an option, Okay, what I'm hearing from council is that we wanna accommodate Benny's work schedule, and it's on an every 2 week, which was what we've been doing anyway. Could we just ask him to work with administration on that, or do we have to define that date right now? When the
Yeah, I
next-
think we can set it right now just with the start date being November sixth in the rotation. Instead of November 12th would have been the start of the rotation, we just move it to November 6th.
Yeah, however you'd like to do it, absolutely.
So with that, if somebody wants to make a motion, Councillor Wright,
I'll make a motion that council set the regular scheduled council meetings, every 2 weeks starting November sixth. Is that how,
and if I could make an amendment with start times at 9:30 AM.
yes, start times at 9:30.
Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question, all in favor? Okay, and that is passed. Motion to add council for our governance and priorities committee meetings, they are bi-monthly. We do have it beginning December 17th on here, which is a Wednesday. Those are typically evening meetings. And if Wednesday evenings don't work, we can also again move those over to a Thursday.
It's, Thursday would be good, cause we're already here, right? Where are the meetings at?
The meetings will be here, but the typically 5:30 for a start. So your council meetings are usually 12 to 1,
12 till 1, so.
and then depending on, there will be some committee meetings that meet Thursday afternoon. So some people will still be in the area. It just, so you are aware, it'll make longer days.
Is there a requirement to have them in the evening? So, or was that based on the availability of the group?
That was just a decision again from last council, but we,
And good question though, sorry to jump in, I'm pretty sure it was a suggestion by one of the councillors that said that,
it was for availability.
yeah, because it was new. We were putting it in and to add more time into that person's stay was not what he wanted to do, so I think that's what happened there.
Mr. Coogan? And then I'll-
Yeah, I think part of the reason as well was that we, a lot of us, once you get on your committees and boards, it was most of the boards and committees don't meet necessarily in the evenings, and that was helpful, because I know that there were a lot of times that I would have 2 meetings in a day and then have the evening meeting, so.
Matthew had your hand up there, and then I'll go over to Councillor Dean.
My only concern about putting it in alignment with the council meeting days is you do have the potential of running a 16 to 18 hour day. Depending on how long the council meeting is, if you're throwing in a bonus committee meeting after lunch, if something happens to go quickly. And the point of the GMP is to have a thorough and robust discussion about upcoming policies and procedures. We have had those meetings run as short as 40 minutes, but they've also run into 3-4 hours and pushing 5 in some instances. So it is a caution, as much as it would be convenient, there's also the administrative aspect of running 2 agendas simultaneously with the same deadlines. So I would respectfully ask if you consider another day, we can make it work, but it does put an added strain on some resources of yourselves, but also our team.
And just a question to Councillor Whitten, I know, again, I was using November as the example with the 6th and the 20th, those are days that work for council for you. What do typically the 13th or the 27th, what would those weeks in between, are those?
Those, like I say, even a Wednesday night, like you have them now on the Wednesday nights, that's fine.
Okay.
I can do a Wednesday evening, so that's good.
We can leave those at Wednesday
Yeah.
evenings. Then if I can get a motion for the GMP. Councillor Dean?
Did we establish when they were gonna start?
We have December 17th
December 17th.
in the motion, but I'm just seeing where that lines up with our new council period.
So one of the things we had done, if I remember right, is we wanted to stagger the GNP
Yeah, it
between
would
the
be
council
December,
meetings.
Yeah.
it'd be December 10th then instead of December 17th, because we
Okay.
would have our council the following morning.
So you're looking for a motion then?
Yep.
Okay, so I'd move the council sets the governance and priority committee meetings bi-monthly commencing at 5:30 beginning December 10th, 2025 as presented by the attached calendar.
Point of clarity, is it 5 or 5:30?
Whatever it's supposed to be, 5:30.
Yes, so 5.
It's 5, okay. It's 5.
5 o'clock. Okay. Discussion to that motion? Works for everybody, mostly?
Just a friendly amendment to clarify, it's PM.
Call the question, all in favor? And we have our GMP schedules up. Okay, appointments of council representatives to committees. Where do we start here? Alright, lots of paperwork to sort through here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go through the list as what's presented in the package here and on the slide, so we'll start, Ag Service. Typically meets the second Tuesday every second month, alternates between meetings in Whitecourt and Fort Assiniboine. We do need 4 counselors on this board. I'm just looking for option. I would like to sit on this, given my area is very ag-centric still. Looking for 3 more.
Yeah, I've sat on it through the last term, and I understand if there's a conflict, we'll have to talk about it, but I really think that helps connect the entire county to have good representation over here.
Councilor Wood?
I'd like to sit on the board too as well, please.
Okay, anybody else? Councilor Coogan? Okay, we have 4. Anybody else? Or are we good with the 4 that are decided? Just check administratively, do we wanna pick all the individuals and then just make a motion to establish, or do we wanna do a motion per board?
No, at the end, we can go through all of these all at once,
Okay.
and then we will establish this as your.
Okay, perfect. Airport Advisory Group, we need 3 counselors. Patricia McNeil,
Yeah, sure, I can stay on that committee.
Councilor Dean, Councilor Kukin, anybody else? Or we have our 3? So we have our 3. Counselor Remuneration Committee bylaw, this is one that's on here. I know we had a discussion yesterday if we needed. It has never met. Anything as far as remuneration has come to council as a whole. We had discussions, so just check it administratively. Is this, again, I believe this is one of the ones we said that we just probably don't need.
It's entirely your prerogative. We can remove it if you wish.
Just checking with council if we want to, it's 3 counselors, or if we wanna just remove this one. Again, in the 6 years I've been on, we've never used it.
Yeah.
Councilor Dean?
If council felt there was a need
Yeah.
to create, you could create a committee and revise the bylaw, create it ad hoc, whatever
Yeah.
you wanted to do, yeah.
Okay, not seeing any hands in that, so I'm just thinking we can remove that one. ECDEV, this is 3 counselors. Councilor St. Martin, Councilor McNeil, Councilor Dean. Councilor Dean. Anybody else on that one, or just 3? Okay, moving on. Emergency Management Committee, 2 counselors. I have 3 here. We have Councilor Wright, Councilor St. Martin, and
I'll decline, that's
Okay.
okay, you guys take it.
Councilor St. Martin and Councilor Wright. Enforcement Review Committee, 3 counselors on that one. Councilor Kukin, or sorry, Councilor McNeil, just looking at Councilor Kukin. I'll put my name for that one too, I guess. Do we have anybody else currently?
So you're,
Enforcement Review Committee,
okay, so.
we need 3 and an alternate.
I can be the alternate.
Okay, we have an alternate,
So you're looking for a third?
I'm looking for a 3rd.
Okay, when, how many times, I know that's probably in there, but.
The committee shall hear reviews request on orders issued under, so I believe this is if there are issues on the bylaw side or something that comes up for review. Again, it's a one-off.
Yeah, okay,
But-
sure, if you're looking for somebody,
Okay, so we have Counselor Dean, Reeve Cush, Counselor McNeil, and Counselor St. Martin for the alternate. Joint liaison committee, usually again, I have representative all sit in that. We have Counselor McNeil, we have Counselor Dean, and Counselor St. Martin. So we have we have 4 people, and we currently need 3. Matthew, just through administration, we have 4, we need 3. What would be your recommendation for ICF?
We could draw names out of a hat. You can all discuss the reasons why you believe you should be on the
And-
great option, or we could do motions individually for each person. All 3 of those.
I would recommend having the Reeve position sit on that because it is with administration. The mayor from the town currently sits in that too. So I would like to continue. And again, this is just my feeling, but if the board feels otherwise, Counselor Dean?
And I understand that's fair, that's your opinion, I support that opinion, I think there obviously will be the mayor on the other side, and I also think that any of the 3 of us, or any 2 of the 3 of us could functionally sit there. I like to think that I bring something from the last 4 years that, we've gone through some continuity there, but if that's not how you guys feel, and I'm fine to sit out.
Counselor St. Martin?
Yeah, I have extensive experience with intermunicipal collaboration and ICFs, and I think I can bring great value to that committee and hopefully strengthen and build upon the relationships.
Counselor McNeil?
My viewpoint on it is, and I think all 4 of us would be good candidates, but what I bring is on the coaching side and my background there and my passion for going forward and having positive communicative path forward with the town. So that's what I feel I would bring to the table.
Okay, thinking the easiest way here, we just have counselors on a piece of paper, whatever, go around and write which ones, and just by majority, we'll have a selection. I guess each counselor just write down the 3 individuals, and we'll give them to administration, and administration can give us a tally.
Thank you. So we're looking for 3 names, right?
Yeah, I think this
So
is
those
just
people were Counselor Dean, Counselor St. Martin, Reeve
Reeve
Cush,
Cush,
and
Counselor McNeil.
Counselor McNeil.
just, if you're ready, if I get administrative, and then just give us a total on who it is, and that'll be our group. Well, they are looking at that, subdivision development appeal board, SDAP. We need 1 counselor, meets as required, there is training involved for this one. Okay, we have a counselor. Right, so that'll be Karen St. Martin. MPC meets 1st and 3rd Wednesdays at 5 p.m. typically as required, they do give us notice. We need 4 counselors and an alternate. We have 4 counselors who are willing. Counselor McNeil, be willing to sit on that one again. Counselor Whitten. Counselor Whitten. I have Counselor Wright, and we need an alternate. Counselor Kuchen? So just checking that I have my list here right. There was Reeve Cush, Counselor McNeil, Counselor Whitten, Counselor Wright. And Counselor Kuchen's the alternate. Woodlands County Community Services Committee. Need 3 counselors and an alternate. Counselor Wright, Counselor Kuchen. Second Thursday at 5. Anyway, I'll put Counselor St. Martin. I can put my name down as an alternate.
So who was there, sorry?
Counselor Kuchen, Counselor St. Martin, Counselor Wright, and then myself as the alternate.
Okay, awesome.
Woodlands County Library Board. We need 2 counselors. I'd like to sit on that. Typically, the meetings are Blue Ridge and Fort Assiniboine. They service the area on that edge, so if you're free, Ben, I would recommend, cause it does.
Yeah.
And I'll take the other spot on that, cause Jenna cannot. It's a really tough group to get along with, just so you know. Pride Valley Aggregate Oversight Committee meets on a needed basis. 3 counselors required for that one, Counselor Kukin, Counselor McNeil, and Counselor Whitten. Do we have the numbers for the ICF?
Yes, we do.
And who is our representative for the ICF for the town?
So according to the votes, it was Reeve Cush, Counselor Dean, and Counselor St. Martin.
Okay. Moving on, GMP is everybody, so we don't need to establish people for that one. Finance and Tax Committee, we need 3 voting members, anybody is available, Counselor St. Martin. I'll put my name on that one too. We need a 3rd member still, Counselor McNeil. They're looking for an alternate, Counselor Kukin. And just so rest of council is aware, anybody can, it is public, anybody can show up, just the 3 are the voting members. CAO Performance Review Committee, it's once annually or a call at the chair. I think that's just, yeah, we need, doesn't give us number here, what was, how many people by
It
bylaw?
was 3.
It's 3. 3 counselors to review the CAO. Okay, Counselor Dean,
Yeah,
I think we should have at least one of the old counselors on it, given the contract and the clauses that were in there. I'm just, would ask Counselor Dean, I know you had extensive conversations with Counselor Jeremy Wilhelm, passed on the performance review section of it, if you would be comfortable sitting on this.
It's certainly an advisory capacity, you know, it's not really hard to understand, but if you don't get briefed on it, you're not gonna be up to speed, so if you guys wanna sit on the committee, I could come in and give you the Coles notes of what's going on.
Okay, so we have Counselor McNeil, Counselor St. Martin, and Counselor Wright. And Counselor Dean in capacity to advise. Now, this was the conversation yesterday around the county committees with our ag groups. Are we appointing or are we going to remove this for discussion with the ag groups with administration? Counselor McNeil?
Just based on my comments yesterday, I think it's really important for continuity that we continue with these groups and make sure we're bringing our communities together as best we can.
Counselor Dean, I think your hand was going up. Nope. Not seeing any other discussion. Okay, I guess we'll start moving down here then. In Samo Ag, it's a local counselor, that would be myself. Blue Ridge Community League, local counselor. Counselor Wright. Fort Assiniboine Ag Society, Counselor Whitten. Fort Assiniboine School Liaison, and an alternate, would you be willing to sit as the alternate? So Counselor Kukin and Counselor Whitten is the alternate. Goose Lake Community League, local counselor. It's Counselor Kukin, where is he on my list here again? And then Topland Recreational Society, that's a local counselor. Other municipal committees, so BARC, the Barhead and Rural Crime Watch Committee, need Counselor Whitten. Youth Advisory Committee, meets monthly at the Allen Jean, I need a counselor and an alternate. Counselor Dean, Counselor St. Martin, the alternate, okay. West End Bus, 2 meet quarterly in Mayerthorpe. Jenna, I'd like to let my name sit on that too. Anybody else? Councillor Wright, Councillor Reeve Cush. Okay, next page. Whitecourt Community Services Advisory Board. I need a councillor and an alternate.
So,
Dean?
so typically this is somebody that's on the Woodlands Community Service. And then they provide that communication link back to our committee.
Woodlands, who was on our Community Services Board for Woodlands? Or who we are?
Peter, Karen, Jenna.
So I have Peter, Karen and Jenna, if one of you would be willing to sit on the Whitecourt Community Services Advisory Board. Karen St. Martin. And if one of you would be willing to be the alternate, Councillor Wright. And this is another one we had a discussion yesterday with the Whitecourt Performing Arts Steering Committee and the impacts it might have further on in the ICF if we should be participating. I believe that was the discussion from administration. Just checking from council. Councillor McNeil.
When is the last time that this committee would have been meeting, or who was the representative the last time?
Councillor Dean.
So I was a designate and I have attended a few meetings, primarily was asked to attend their AGM, you know, help set their budget and whatnot, but I didn't attend on a regular basis, but they meet monthly.
Just
Um,
looking.
We'll volunteer for that one.
Okay. And again, just again, the conversation they had and the impact it may put us into with Bill 50. Just curious.
Go ahead.
Councillor St. Martin.
I can be the alternate if need be.
Okay, Councillor Kuchen.
Yeah, I would just like to pose the question to administration, this is definitely a delicate part of our organization and just having been in on the conversations and the legal stuff, I think that I just wanna hear what the perspective of the administration would be on that.
Can we hold this one, maybe do this in camera?
Sure.
On this part?
We can defer it.
Okay, we'll defer until we can have more of a legal discussion on Whitecourt Protective Services Committee. I need a councillor and an alternate, they meet once a month. Councillor McNeil, and I'll put my name down as the alternate, looks like. Whitecourt Regional Forest Advisory Committee, twice a year, it says for count, I don't think we've,
Yeah, I was appointed to that board in 2021 and we never met once, so.
would you like to be appointed to the board again, Councillor Dean?
Okay.
2 councillors to the Regional Solid Waste Authority, to let my name stand again on that one. Councillor Wright, anybody else? No? So Reeve Cush, Councillor Wright. Just so you, it says meets as required, it's typically the 3rd Thursday of the month with the breaks of the summer, and unless, they have pressing topics come up, but typically 3rd Thursday. Alberta Care, yeah, this kind of relates with the solid waste, I'd like to stay on that one, it's a lot of the new policies and waste management. They do require an alternate if Councillor Wright would like to be. Barhead District Housing, 1 councillor, no alternate, Councillor Coogan. Community Futures Yellowhead East, looking for a councillor and an alternate. It is, I have 2 hands, I'm just wondering who'd like to be the designate, who'd like to be the alternate, or,
Doesn't matter to me. So
I can be the alternate.
okay, so Councillor McNeil and Councillor St. Martin is the alternate. Grizzly Regional Economic Alliance, Growth, Councillor Kuchen. Have,
Excuse
I
me.
would, I was just gonna make a comment if you wanna make a
Yeah,
comment.
you go ahead.
I would like to just with growth, I know we've been members in this for a year or years. before we get to our next organizational meeting, I would like to see, you know, like kind of a request of what they've accomplished and what we're doing. Councillor Gogan?
Yeah, I think this is one that's gonna change dramatically. It's going to be probably not one that we need to appoint a counselor to once we get through the read-up portion of it, which is so I think by the time we get to the next org, it'll be more of a membership if we want to, rather than just an appointment.
Okay, no, and that's it, just trying to see the, you know, what the turn or our value for the dollar we're putting in and the contribution and what the organization's doing, so I would like to see an update for our next org meeting. Golden Triangle, one counselor meets 3 to 4 times a year, Councillor Dean. Lac St. Anne Foundation, Councillor Dean.
Yeah, I've never sat on that committee, that foundation, and I'd like to be involved with that kind of future planning.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, Councillor Dean. Miller Western Canfor Public Advisory Committee, PAC, meets 4 times a year. Councillor McNeil. Northern elected leader, typically the Reeve, and in case of the Reeve, it would be the deputy Reeve. VSI, needs somebody from our ASB group who is willing to do the VSI committee. Councillor Whitten. Whitecourt and District Ag Society, a councillor from the Whitecourt area. Somebody's willing.
Is that the one you wanted?
I can, yes.
Okay, Councillor St. Martin. Whitecourt and District Public Library Board. I have sat on that. If I'll continue sitting on it. YRL, Yellowhead Regional Library Board. I can sit in that one again too.
I'm not sure if I'm.
Yeah, I would recommend probably not the YRL. If you're interested in the Whitecourt Library Board, we can talk after you're out. So I'll sit on those ones again. H-Park, Healthcare Professionals. I have Councillor McNeil. And ICF Committee, which is essentially the exact same as the joint liaison that we had up here further. Or did I think, right? We had joint liaison after?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, just making sure it wasn't written the same thing twice. We can, if the board's willing, I know we had the upset last time, maybe we alternate for this board. We have myself and Councillor McNeil, and it's essentially the same board, 2 different topics, but Councillor Dean?
I
Like to sit on this
don't
one.
consider it the same board. Clearly, we're working with our municipal partner, but the joint liaison can encompass development, it'll talk about IDPs, it'll talk about all kinds of things that affect the 2 municipalities. Whereas the ICF is really, part of the negotiation process. I see a distinction there.
Looking for membership, I would like to stand, given that the mayor sits in that one too. Councillor St. Martin, Councillor Dean. And that brings us to the end of those. I guess before, do we want to administratively go into closed session before we finish this to do the performing arts, or do we wanna do that after? Just given we have people in the audience here.
You do have to still go into closed session for the
Okay,
appointments
we'll
of the
discuss it then.
other peoples.
Okay,
So we can expand the scope of the privacy act to
So-
incorporate that.
should we defer 6.1 motion then as well until we cover that, or do we wanna do the motion?
I would be okay with the motion to defer it
Okay.
until closed session, and then with closed session.
I can get a motion, then Councillor McNeil,
I'll make that motion that we defer it into closed session.
Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question, all in favor? And we will finish that after. Appointment of chair for the ASB needs to be an ASB member. Counselor Dean?
Yeah, and as long as Mr. Colkin wants the position, I'd move the council appoints Councillor Colkin as chair of the Ag Service Board for a term of 1 year.
Should you accept, Counselor Goodwin? Okay, and any other nominations? Not seeing any. Call the question, all in favor? Counselor Coogan, congratulations on the appointment again. Appointment of signing officers for Woodlands County. Signing for Woodlands County. Does the counselor authorize the reeve, or in the absence of the reeve, the deputy reeve, or in the, I'll just make that motion, just basically gives us the layout for if I'm not available to sign, who can sign, working down. It goes reeve, deputy reeve, and then any counselor designate after that they can contact. So I'll make a motion, the council authorize the reeve, or in the absence of the reeve, the deputy reeve, and in the absence of both, any member of council to sign negotiable instruments on behalf of Woodlands County. Discussion on that? Not seeing any, I'll call that question, all in favor? And it's carried. And brings us to item 10, closed session. If I can get a motion to move into closed session, Councillor Coogan?
I'll move the council move into closed session at 10:09 pursuant to Access Information Acts 21 disclosure harmful to personal privacy.
Thank you, Councillor. With that, I will call the,
Sorry, just
Ferris?
if I may, just with the other referral of that other item, I would also request that you include section 26, which is intergovernment relations.
would you be afraid
I
of?
will be open to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So section 20 and 26, call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. All right. Wait till the doors are closed and Okay, we are back. We'll start with 6.1, appointment of council representatives to committees. Councillor Dean.
I move that council adopt the 2025-2026 Woodland County Committee list for the appointment of councillors to committees as presented.
Thank you, councillor. Call the question. Any, all in favor? Sorry, that's moved. Brings us down to our members at large appointments. First one, councillor Kukin, 10.3, member at large for Pride Valley Aggregate Oversight.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that council appoint Jeanette Williams as industry member at large to the Pride Valley Aggregate Oversight Committee with term expiring October 31st, 2027. And also that we appoint Dan Kapler as industry member at large to the Pride Valley Aggregate Oversight Committee with a term expiring October 21st, 2027.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I call that question. All in favor? Carried. 10.4, councillor McNeil, member at large Economic Development Committee.
Okay, I'll make the motion that council appoint Colby Wells as member at large to the Economic Development Committee with the term expiring October 31st, 2027. As well as that council appoint Trent Goodrow as member at large to Economic Development Committee with term expiring October 31st, 2027.
Thank you, councillor. Call the question. All in favor? Members at large, or sorry, no, we've got one more here. Members at large Community Services Committee, 10.5. Councillor Dean.
Move that council appoint Debbie Davio and Chris Exley as members at large to the Community Services Committee with the term expiring October 31st, 2027.
All in favor? It's moved. Members at large Municipal Planning Commission. That's all right.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find my papers here. Almost here. Okay, I make a motion that council appoint Tracy Mitchell as member at large to the Municipal Planning Commission with a term expiring October 31st, 2027.
Councillor, all in favor? It's moved. 10.7, Councillor Kukin for the Ag Service Board.
I make a motion that council appoint Greg Thompson as member at large to the Ag Services Board, term expiring October 31st, 2027.
Thank you, councillor. All in favor? It's moved. And 10.8, Councillor Dean.
Is it okay if I try and wrap this into one motion? I move that council reappoint Colby Wells as member at large to the Airport Advisory Committee. And also reappoint Mike Milner as the Alberta Wildfire Operations member at large to the Airport Advisory Committee. And that council also reappoints Travis Mazzara as the Rotary Wing Group CYZU Airport member at large to the Airport Advisory Committee, all terms expiring on October 31st, 2027.
Thank you, councillor. All in favor? That's moved and takes us to the end of this meeting, 11. If I can get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kukin.
I'll move that the organizational meeting be adjourned at 10:33.
Councillor, all in favor? And we are out of the first meeting. Thank you very much. And just take a minute, get all of our papers reorganized for the next one. We can take a 5-minute here for you to get everything ready. Okay, let me know when we're on. We're on? Okay, I will call this meeting to order. It's 10:40. Start any additions or deletions to the agenda from administration. Council additions. Seeing any, if I can get a motion, Councillor Kuchen.
I'll move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Councillor. All in favor? It's carried. Next, adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the regular minutes from October 8th, 2025. Most of you weren't here, but if there's anything that stands out. Councillor St. Martin?
Okay, just some clerical type stuff that I'm sure administration can clean up.
Okay.
I know that the minutes are read by the public, so I see there's abbreviation in the minutes. And I would assume the members from the public don't understand those abbreviations. So I'm wondering if they can be spelt out rather than abbreviated. In the minutes as well, motion number C-15-365-2025. I'm not sure if the intent was, motions need to stand on their own, so if you don't have the RFD, the motion should be able to tell you what the motion was about. So I'm wondering if Greater Beat Review, Whitecourt and Fort Assiniboine should be inserted in that motion.
Mr. Ferris?
We absolutely can make that change. Our intent there is item 11C2. That's the agenda item that these motions apply directly to. So we put it based on the item because one item might have multiple motions derived from it. So that has been our historical practice. However, if council would like us to include multiple references of each discussion item within the agenda, we can do that. It's literally a housekeeping it's a preference in our opinion, but if you'd like to incorporate it, we can absolutely incorporate what the presentation was regarding within the exact motion.
Councillor McNeil?
I think that could be a good point, just cause when they go on the website, if you click the minutes, then they're coming up with just the minutes and not necessarily the whole package.
Okay.
So, and then the minutes themselves are a PDF. So I think it would add clarification.
Motion C-15-366-2025, just a spelling mistake in there. Establish. Okay, Mr. Chair, also the closed session, the first motion is missing the time that you
Council
went.
moved in a closed session at 6:24. Accordance with section.
Oh, it is there, I'm sorry, thank you. Also, 12.2 and 12.3 are motions, and it appears that they were made during closed session, and motions can't be made during closed session.
I think that's just the motions were made out of closed session.
Okay, so they need to be changed in the minutes. To be after,
After 12:04.
yes. That's everything.
Okay. Anything else? If not, can I get a motion to adopt the minutes as amended?
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Wright?
Make motion that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes as amended on October 8th, 2025.
Further discussion there? See any? All in favor? It's moved. And just time-wise, we're a little bit before, but we have two delegations here at 11, so we'll start with the enforcement services by Mr. Choma.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council, and welcome to the new council members. I'm Inspector Choma with Washington County Enforcement Services. Those that don't know me, thanks for having me.
I guess when we do have a new council, we'll just go around the table here quick, so you know who we're dealing with here. If you want to start with Councilor Whitten.
Benny Whitten.
Patricia McNeil.
Jenna Wright.
Dave Kush still?
Same, Peter Kilken.
Karen St. Martin, Division 4, Whitecourt East.
And Alan Dean, Division 3, Wakeward Central.
Pleased to meet you all. Thanks for having me today. Welcome. So today I have in front of you is our Q3 report for Woodlands County. You should have it in front of you. I'll just go through a few stats today with you and open up to questions or any direction or new direction council would like us to take. So in Q3, our officers had written 38 citations, which total around $9,640, or sorry, $9,064, which of course half usually goes to the government. You can see what we focused on for exceeding of speeds is 52.63%. Traffic safety failure to provide PO with operator's license was 10.5. Traffic safety, which a learner driving motor vehicle without qualifications, so we have a lot of people driving out there with just a learner's license, without a person in the vehicle. And then, again, just certification for registration and so forth. And then, child safety for child weight over 18 kgs. So we do a child safety, I guess how to buckle your seats in your cars and so forth, and obviously we do enforce that when we have the opportunity to, because it's not up to the child, it's up to the parent. Any questions on that page?
Other than, just bear with me, I don't believe either one of us got the report.
It's in the paper package.
What page are you on?
14?
Right after the agenda.
Right after the, it starts on page 13 for the presentation.
Yeah, we have a different package.
Are you
So,
still in the
that's okay.
organizational one, or do you have the meeting minutes?
Nope, that's the meeting minute package, so, but that's, okay, I'll pull it up here, thanks.
Okay.
Let's just a sec.
Any questions, council, on that first page with citations or vice versa?
You're good to keep going.
Keep going.
Yes,
So the
sir.
next page that you're gonna be looking at is actually where we've actually wrote the citations, where we're busy throughout Woodlands County. Next page is warnings. So we do issue warnings, and I think on the first page it does tell you how many warnings were issued. Sorry, I might have missed that. So there was 38 citations and 10 warnings given for the third quarter. The warnings are done in blue on that map location, so you can see where the warnings were issued at that time. The next page that we're going into is just the incident report, saying what kind of incidents that we have encountered in Q3. There were 40 incidents that were reported to our enforcement officers in Q3. Above shows the type of incidents that we are going to. So you can have that little cute little chart there saying land use bylaw 1, 11 animal control bylaws, 2 unsightly properties, 4 noise bylaws, 1 traffic safety act, and now I'm gonna just go into that a bit. There was a complaint obviously with the traffic safety on one of your roads. So we initiated it either being focused on that road or vice versa, but it did come in as a complaint, not just a normal patrol doing our normal jobs out there under the TSA. There was also 1 traffic bylaw complaint, so those 2 add up in there. If you look at the method of how the complaints have come into our office, majority are, like we said, last council meeting and so forth, they're using our complaint line, which is awesome. Because then we could respond on a timely fashion to those complaints. So our complaint line is working extremely well for Woodlands County as well. For those of you that don't know, we do have a 24-hour complaint line out there, where any of your ratepayers can contact and talk to someone on the phone and issue a complaint, which is then dropped down to an officer that is on duty through their dockets in their vehicles. The next page shows you the busiest day, again, surprises me, which is a Tuesday. I think people, after the weekend, put up with the complaints and then call in either Tuesday or Monday. It seems to be busy for us, but between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. is our busiest times for Woodlands County. It gives you a breakdown in a pie chart, saying what the percentages are. Friday 18.9. For those that don't have the chart in front of you, Thursdays is 6.2%. Wednesdays are 10.8%, Tuesdays are 27%, and Mondays is 21.6%. So Mondays and Tuesdays seem to be, and Fridays seem to be your busiest days for receiving complaints and dealing with those at a timely fashion. The next page, again, just gives you a breakdown of what we're dealing with, the count of incident types. So it gives you a broad spectrum of the unsightly properties, Traffic Safety Act, traffic complaints, off-highway vehicle bylaw, noise bylaw, linked to ongoing files, which means that we either had a file that is taking some time to resolve, either working with the ratepayer for voluntary compliance, land use bylaw, dog in holding facilities, so taking them to the kennel facility if we find a stray dog. Dangerous Dog Act, we've dealt with a few this quarter. Community standards bylaw, assisting fire calls, again, and so forth and so forth. The lower section of this is just giving you a list of again, subzones of Woodlands County. We did some modifications to our system so we could break it down for the counselors as well as your ratepayers if they're interested in where we're focusing and so forth and how many complaints are coming from which district or vice versa. So you'll just see a breakdown on that as well. You're gonna see LSA Woodlands County, which is a bit confusing for counselors, but to be honest with you, it's right on our border. So it could be either or, right? So we're either dealing on one side of the road, which is Lac-Saint-Anne County, or Woodlands County on the side. Just how our stats are pulled. Any questions on that?
Looks like you're good.
So just to give you some highlights, enforcement highlights, I could read through them or you guys could definitely go through them. But we've been, I guess, directed by senior leadership as well as ratepayers out there that Highway 658 by Blue Ridge area has a high amount of speed, so we've been focusing on that as well. One of the stops we made out that way while on routine stops, one of our officers noted that a strong odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. RCMPs were contacted and the stop concluded with charges as well as a vehicle seizure. So just pointing out some stuff that we're running into. We had a good one actually the other day on 751, which I'll bring to you guys later, which was quite interesting. Again, with back to school, we focused on school zones, West Mountain Road, where we're getting continuous complaints about buses being passed and speeds passing buses and so forth. So we're trying to focus on and be proactive on those areas that are concerned of your ratepayers as well as senior leadership and council. We responded with Whitecourt Fire to a traffic accident. You can see that there. We've noticed a significant amount of activity relating animal control. Dealing with dogs or vice versa, it seems like, in 1 week we had 15 dogs dropped off and we had to find places to take them. As everyone's aware with counseling and so forth, that all the rescue societies and everything else are overwhelmed. It was something that I've never seen in 13 years of being in the enforcement field. We have 15 placements of dogs that we need to take care of. Our officers juggled that and found some people that were gonna take them and I guess take care of them for a while. We had some RCMP members step in to take some dogs, so it was very good that the community stepped in, not only from Woodlands County, but Lac-Saint-Anne County and shared the responsibility of these dogs. And they were all adopted out, so which was great. That is all I have. I'm gonna open it up to questions and concerns with council, new council, maybe get a little bit of direction on what they would like to see or guidelines of where you want our enforcement department to focus on.
You're the president. I'm gonna start with Councilor Kuchen and then Councilor McNeil.
Yeah, through the chair to you there. If you are, we have a ongoing problem on Range Road 64 there. And when you encounter, say, a livestock, normally it's something else that triggers something else. And if you guys witness like child welfare issues or stuff like that, how do we make sure that there's follow-up?
For council members or
As the organization, so that we don't have some of these things continue going on and on and on.
so, you know, we're again touching on something like that, that's sensitive with children and so forth, right? I mean, when we do attend a property like that and it leads to any kind of child welfare or even elderly, right? I mean, it's very difficult to deal with, right? Alberta Health will not go onto the property unless there's actually a renter in there, someone that is renting the property or the house, and has a complaint to do any kind of investigation. So what our officers usually do is try to guide them in the right direction. You know, for a prime example, we'll get in contact with different organizations, Red Cross, you know, we'll even touch base with the hospitals because they do have a little bit of capability to bring them in and evaluate them and then get them in the proper places they need to go. So we try to report what we can and try to provide assistance to the child itself or the family member itself, whether it's an aunt or an uncle that is having problems and knows that this is taking place. We cannot or do not have the authority to remove those children from there, but we try to do our best to rectify the problem in a roundabout way.
Councillor McNeil?
I just had a quick question about the noise bylaw, and I'm seeing like with the dog bylaws, if you have a report for barking dogs excessive, is that under the dog bylaw or is that under the noise bylaw?
So right now, senior leadership is working towards a new animal control bylaw, which you guys will probably have in front of you shortly, which is gonna give us a little bit more teeth as officers out there to deal with large animals as well as the dogs and so forth. Normally what we will do is it's very difficult in the court of law, so if we write a ticket for a dog barking, the courts will rip us apart if we don't know which dog it is. So what tends to happen is we do take it for prosecution, and once we have a lawyer involved and so forth, it kind of gets thrown out of court because the first question they ask is, do you know if it was that dog? So it's very tough for a person next door to videotape that dog and say, okay, it is that pit bull or it is this dog that's doing the barking. And usually it's at night, so trying to get video is very difficult. So what we tried to do is get your ratepayers to fill out a barking package, which means that a package will go to you and we'll put it to the responsibility of the complainant, which means they have to document. And once they have that barking package completed, we then review it and hopefully there is some grounds to lay a charge. Not to say we won't talk to the dog owner and say, hey, can you please keep, in the meantime, to keep your dog under control or get a dog barking collar or vice versa. But in order for us to have significant evidence to prosecute, we need to take certain steps to make that happen. Otherwise, it costs the municipality and ratepayers, you know, whatever the lawyer costs are to attend court and fight that charge.
Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Chair, through to CPO Choma. On this enforcement highlights, I see where you responded to assist Whitecourt Fire Station 1 and the RCMP.
Yes.
Where, was that within the county's jurisdiction?
Yes, it was. So we will not assist Whitecourt Fire in the town of Whitecourt. So it's only in Woodlands County. This incident actually took place by the casino on the highway. An individual had taken his life. I'm sure you all heard that. We blocked off the highway for him and one of our officers actually were picking up certain pieces and so forth off the highway for the coroner, so.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitten?
Through the chair, so for your list of offenses here for the location, I just noticed like Blue Ridge is higher, Whitecourt is higher, is that, and then Fort Assiniboine and Lac Saint Anne are lower, is that just because of time spent in them areas, or is that just call-ins that you've had, so?
So a lot of times, a lot of complaints have come from certain areas like Blue Ridge, especially with the log hauling and so forth, right? The speeding, West Mountain Road is included Whitecourt, so we're basically going where the complaints are highly complained about. We had major concern with last council as well, about speeding past school buses and the speeds on West Mountain Road, and so we try to focus on there a lot of our time to rectify the problem. One place was the airport, right, where people were coming in and out and speeding through that airport area, so we would focus on time there, setting up operations to try to slow down the traffic as well as issue citations if needed. One thing I will point out though is, like I said, we've made some changes to our system to be more, I guess, tight with our reporting for council, as well as senior leadership in Woodlands County, so we could actually pinpoint where it is happening. So on your next report, you'll probably see some of the Goose Lake stuff, so we're actually putting more subzones in there, because that was the question. We you know, why haven't you guys been in Goose Lake? Well, we can now show you that we have. We can now show you the times we've been in there, and sort of what we've done. Because I think that was the biggest concern here, and I guess, you know, we're learning as an organization as well with the new system in place of what council wants and what they wanna see. So I'm making the adjustments to our enforcement database to accommodate what you guys would like to see.
Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Chair, through to CPO Choma, just on the citation locations, there's no legend to tell us what the colors mean.
You know, I can definitely add that. I mean, I can make this report very specific and show you, I mean, it'll be, I'm telling you, hard to read. It's tough to generate these reports and have everything in there, because you could actually, it prints out every citation of what we've done, what it was. But I would definitely put color coordination in there as a simple change for you. But if you're requesting more information on what those citations were, definitely I could add that as well. Just your report's gonna be a lot longer.
Okay, anything else for you? I guess direction from council, you guys have been doing a great job over the last few years here. I don't think we need to adjust anything currently until, you know, possibly new council has an idea and what they'd like to see or where we go. So first meeting in, so currently, as my standpoint, you guys are doing a fantastic job in our area and keep up the good work, so. And again, thank your better half there, Jendrick, for all the work that he does. I know he's very active in our community, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, if I can get a motion to accept the presentation for information, Councillor McNeil.
I'll go ahead and make that motion that we accept. Sorry, let me get it proper here. Oh, there we go, sorry. The council received the Q3 2025 report from Enforcement Services for information.
Any councillor discussion on that motion? No? All in favor? And that's moved. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you for your time. Pleasure meeting you all.
To administration, you said 11 o'clock was our, we do not have in our package a reference.
Sorry, it was added this morning as an addition of an appointment for legal under section 12, but it's section 197-2 of the MGA and 35 of the Access to Information Act. Legal privilege.
Okay, so if I can get a motion to go into closed session under section 197.2 of the MGA and 35 of the Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah, I can make that
Councillor
motion,
Dean?
but it's not called freedom of
Or,
information.
sorry,
Access to information.
access to information.
So I move that council reverts to closed session under section, did you say 35
Yes.
of the Access to Information Act?
Thank you. Call the question, all in favor? And we are in at 11:05 here. Just ask anybody who's not relevant for this to
Just if we
Okay, we're back from our closed portion of the meeting. I had a motion coming out of that. Councillor Dean,
Move that council direct administration to proceed with the settlement as discussed.
thank you, Councillor. Discussion on that motion? No? Call the question, all in favor? And we're moved. Back to the agenda, 7.1, policy is.r-6.204, vegetation management and roadside cleanup policy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, your worship, members of council. Today we have policy vegetation management and roadside cleanup. This is a draft policy that combines 6 different areas all together. Vegetation management, haying a road right away, roadside brushing, roadside grass seeding, annual roadside cleanup, as well as a new portion on mowing. We took the opportunity to review and update the policy. There's not much of major changes in vegetation management, haying, roadside brushing, as well as roadside grass seeding. Mowing is a new section that we added into the policy. The county did not have a policy on mowing. So mowing level service was what's written in the draft policy is based on the discussion with council on October 15th, GMP. And the annual roadside cleanup portion of the policy was modified to remove provincial highway out of our policy because it's best for the province to handle their highway cleanup. And the draft policy has been presented to both ASB as well as GMP, and both committees have recommended for council's approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any discussion, any questions, comments? Councillor McNeil?
On page 3 where it talks about the no spray agreement, basically my comment was I'd like to see the no spray agreement added as a schedule. And then when you go to number 3, it says the landowner is responsible for the proper placement of signs and maintaining visibility of the signs as per the agreement, then as well as for their repair and replacement. So that was something that I was just looking for a little clarification on as well. If for the repair and replacement, is that reasonable, or if the sign is, I mean, essentially, I guess if the spraying program is ours and we already have the pre-approved signs, can they not come back and just get pre-approved signs, I guess, or have a cost attached to that if necessary, rather than have people, I guess, wanna go get their own signs that might not meet the county criteria or would look different than other signs. Okay, and then the other comment I had was warning in between, so on number 7, if no attempt has been made to control weeds or brush in the area specified by the agreement, which is August 1st, the previous signed agreement will be canceled. So this is in regards to the no spraying. It's something that, especially in the summertime, I think people can, get caught up in activities and so on. And if it's just they miss that August 1st deadline and somebody comes along and sprays, and that's usually when berries are ripening and stuff like that as well. Just wondering if there can be a notification or a warning in between to let that property owner know that the spraying is gonna take place, that their agreement has lapsed, or just something to address that. And the only other comment that I had on this one is when it comes to haying in the right of way, just if it refers to a hay agreement as well. And just if the hay agreement could also be added as a schedule.
Sir Chair to Councillor McNeil, let me just address 2 of your questions on the agreement. It is our practice not to attach the agreement directly to the policy. What we can do is attach them as part of procedure. The reason just being that every time we want to make an administrative change to the template of the agreement, we have to come back to council. If we can attach them to either say the procedure or as a application form or something, then it's easier for us to make a change of. That's on those 2. I'll ask John to comment on the other 2 questions that you have.
also, with regard to the signs, their responsibility is not to necessarily purchase new signs. Their responsibility is to come to us when their signs are faded and not legible any longer, and then we just replace them. So it's not that they're having to incur a cost to change them out, just they need to be looking at their signs, making sure that they can be read and that they're very visible in that regard. Pardon me, and then also with regard to the not complying with the no spray agreement, I definitely will give them a notice saying you have not done anything, you have this long to do something, and then we will cancel your agreement if nothing's done. So we usually give them like a week or two afterwards.
Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Chair, through to administration, just on the new policy under 4(4), it says, the county may assist landowners by providing advice on procedures for weed control with respect to the prevention of the spread of weeds on private land as follows, and then there's nothing. Mr. Chair, I also wanted to clarify that the roads that were listed in the, I guess this would be the roadside cleanup section of the procedure, have the lengths been changed, or has anything changed in these roads that are in the procedure versus the previous policy?
Through the reef to Councillor St. Martin, I developed that list physically looking at Street View to figure out the start and end of each road. The practice in our county is that we only do hard surface roads for roadside cleanup. So I've taken out the gravel, any gravel roads out of there. I've also removed any provincial highway or any road that has been powerized and returned to gravel from the old policy. Those are the changes I made.
Okay, so
Question I have is just in regards to the comment there, Jeff, why would we remove gravel roads? Given that most of our residents and a lot of these groups in these areas that have been utilizing this are gonna be trying to do cleanups within those areas, and those are all on gravel, or you're gonna end up with a lot of user groups trying to do cleanups on the exact same road.
To the reef, it is my understanding that we don't do cleanup on gravel road because it's a health issue with the dust. That's in the old policy, let me clarify, we do not do cleanup, for example, on a Old Bridge Highway, it's gravel. It started as gravel and that wasn't part of the old policy. What I meant by removing the gravel portions is, say there's roads that were powerized, it used to be cold mix, that were powerized, and for that reason I removed it because it's in the same category as another gravel road.
Yeah, Karen, I think you had a follow-up.
yeah, well, on the previous policy, I guess I saw Bison Road and Robson Road, but I don't see that in the procedure here.
I see
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry, okay,
I do believe they're still there.
Robson. Where's Bison?
Yeah, Robson's there too.
Okay, thank you. So in effect, that would be a reduction in service level by taking out the gravel roads.
I don't know, because the user groups still have the opportunity to apply for the province for the provincial highways. The change on that is around, I guess, payment and I guess insurance and coverage and stuff on that. They're doing the provincial highways and we're not able to cover that anymore. So they are still gonna have that opportunity through the provincial side. I'm just, as far as a reduction, I don't know if it'd be really a reduction because we are running a secondary program on top of what was currently existing. It's just some of the areas though where I know the user groups are gonna be utilizing, unless they're gonna go directly to the province for the same highways and stuff before, if they're looking at county roads, a lot of the areas aren't going to qualify then because most of them are on.
through the chair, talking about level servicing, if you look at the total kilometer of roads, we're not changing by any significant number of the total, so if you treat the provincial highways as one number and county roads as one number, collectively, the number does not change. So if you're looking from a level of available funding for local groups to subscribe to, that number doesn't really change.
Councillor Neal?
Just a couple of questions on that thread. One is, did it used to impact our subdivision roads that are, you know, either quasi mix of cold mix or, you know, and if it didn't, do we want them to? You know, we do have a lot of subdivisions in our areas that I'm sure could benefit from the roadside cleanup. So that would be kind of one of my questions, I guess, and the other question that I had was in regards to the haying at the airport. Like I see that you guys have amalgamated some policies here, which is great. But where you're already putting a hay agreement in here and hay for the roadside, would it make sense to also incorporate into this policy other haying agreements on county property, such as the airport or any other areas that we might be putting out hay leases?
Through the chair to Councillor McNeil, to address your question, this policy, we're trying to focus on the road right away. And this was the policy about, speaking of the airport, in my operations report, I do have a statement in there that we are currently working on developing a multi-year paying agreement for that for the future years.
That was Karen St. Martin and Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see the financial impacts in this report. Are there financial impacts through to administration?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, it's a saving to the county by not doing the provincial highways. Because in current scenario, when we do cleanups on the provincial highway, we're not getting compensated from the province for the money that we have to pay out to local groups who's doing cleanup on provincial highway. By removing provincial highways, we're saving about we're saving over $20,000 a year for the county.
Do that if we're offering a secondary program though, besides the provincial one, there's gotta be a cost there as well if groups are applying to the municipality for our roadside cleanups. So is it basically an offset? If we're currently paying the people to clean, say, you know, 751, 647, we're not doing those, but now they're doing other municipal roads, I mean, you're still gonna have that cost.
To the chair, yes, the county road cleanup will still occur, and we're still paying $100 a kilometer for those groups to do. That cost it's always going to be there if we're carrying the same program. Now, if council wants to increase the level of service by including more roads, and this is now in procedure, in the draft policies in the procedure, council can by motion asking us to include more roads, and we bring back as part of the operating budget for 2026 for increase. And because it's part of the procedure, it's up to the CEO to sign that procedure to reflect the higher level of service the council wants.
Mr. Dean?
Through the chair to Councillor McNeil, I just coming to your question about roadside cleanup within subdivisions. I don't recall that has ever been something that the county has done.
Okay.
You know, what we're looking at here is, you know, the volunteer groups that you see on the major arteries. So yeah, subdivision roads I don't believe are ever included for cleanup.
Councillor St. Martin?
So, Mr. Chair, because we have a content of this policy that is missing, I'd like council to consider deferring this until the policy has been looked at again and any missing content inserted. And that can be a motion.
Okay, motion to defer this policy. Discussion on that motion? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's carried. Keep moving. Policy 7.2, policy CSP 4101, remuneration for firefighting duties during county working hours.
So it was brought forward from Councillor Coken about a few months ago, just about a concern that was raised to him about our historical practices when it came to firefighters that were also employees of the organization. There was enough gray area within our policies that if an employee was to be at work during their scheduled work hours and get a fire call out, they had the ability to not only claim their standard hourly rate with the county, but also the volunteer rate with the fire department. So if your hourly rate at the county, for example, was $50 an hour, and then you were also volunteering at that time, there was the potential that those individuals could make the $75 an hour approximately per call during the workday. There was a motion by Councillor Burrows that they direct us to fix the policy to clear that loophole, with the idea being that if we have staff that are working during the day, they will get their county work salary, but not the volunteer rate. If the call out occurs after hours or outside the normal schedule workday, it will be at the volunteer rate. And the entire point is we do want to encourage our staff to be volunteer firefighters so that we do have individuals in the area. However, it ended up that some people were getting significant premiums, and we wanted to standardize it. And in discussing it with multiple jurisdictions and nearby to us, the common practice would be as proposed, where if it's during the workday, you get your normal hourly rate, but the moment the workday stops, you get the volunteer rate. And the same premise would also apply if the call was to occur in the morning before work. They would get the volunteer work, but as the call progressed during the workday, it would transition to their county salary rates. So we respectfully ask that you rescind policy 2301 and adopt the draft policy before you unless there's amendments.
Thank you. Councillor McNeil?
So just going under the guidelines on the policy on page 2, so one of the things, and I guess I'd start with the caveat that definitely I appreciate where the conversation went on the remuneration, but I think there's some other key points here that are not regarding the remuneration. And when I look at the policy that was included in our package for the town of Whitecourt, specifically numbers 2 and 3, I would like to see added into our guidelines, which are that we support employees who are firefighters and allow employees to attend emergency calls on work time as long as the timing of such leave does not interfere with critical department operations. Example, snow and ice control, water break, etc., as determined by the supervisor. Number 3, that they should be allow employees who are enlisted as members in the fire department to attend firefighting training courses for up to 5 days per year of paid leave. The employee and their supervisor will coordinate the timing of such leave so as not to interfere with other department operations. It's one of the things in the county with this part of it, maybe it exists somewhere else in policy, but seeing as how Whitecourt has that in their policy and looking at it, it does make sense to me that that's also a way that we could support our staff that are firefighters. And the other portion that I wanted to bring up was on the first page of the procedure, specifically under fire response during county work hours. And I did look back on the previous policy and see that this was a carryover from what was done in the past. But when it says that, and I guess my question going into this is this prudent? Does it make sense? So is it expected that employees will not respond to a first call for fire emergency response during their scheduled county work hours? If a second call for additional support is issued, the employee may leave the work site, but only after receiving supervisor approval. And employees who have responded to a fire outside of their county work hours are expected to report to work as scheduled. And proper leave must be requested and approved by their supervisor in accordance with county leave policies. So the last part of it isn't as much my concern, but my question would be in the timing between a first call and a second call. When we're talking about our county fire departments, then there's that critical time frame. So if we have, for example, a fire call in Blue Ridge, and we have some public works people over at the spray park doing some routine maintenance, I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to have to contact their supervisor, wait for a second call to go to respond to a fire that they can likely see from where they're standing. So that's something that I think in the policy, I'd like to see the wording expanded so that there is more clarification and more room for people to respond to fires with a common sense judgment. Obviously, I know they have to reach out to their supervisor if there's something critical that they're doing. They can't just up and leave, abandon equipment or cause any additional safety issue. But we want to make sure that they have the ability to respond and respond very quickly.
Matthew?
If I may, through the chair, we can absolutely incorporate the sections. I'm just making sure, because there's multiple Whitecourt policies there.
Oh, sorry,
From policy 23001, sections 2 and 3 is, I believe what you
it
indicated,
is.
not a problem. And just for reference too is, we implemented this new structure within our policy framework of policies, procedures, and standards. The green procedures are ultimately 100% operational standards. What we've been doing historically is as we bring a new policy, just to show council that we have it under control and in the background, providing the procedures. We're absolutely able to make those suggested tweaks. Of course, our goal is always to prioritize safety, but there are operational needs where off the top of my head, I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable on every situation that if we get a call, our firefighters disappear to go fight a call. In all reality, the number of employees that we have around the fire department is usually less than 5. I believe we're at 1 at the moment, maybe 2. And so it is a minimal risk. I'm happy to take that constructive feedback and provide it procedurally. But we did not require direction from council to make those changes. But I'm happy to do that if you should wish. The key item here is if the policy needs to be changed at the high level direction, we can make that and we can incorporate whatever else you'd like in the procedure offline should you desire as well.
Councillor Cogan and then Councillor St. Martin.
Yeah, through the chair to council and to administration. We have to recognize that policy 2301 hadn't been looked at since 2001, I believe. The second thing is that in order for those policies to reflect what happens procedurally, which is administration's responsibility, I think that as we go through the review that is proposed now with the fire department, where we have updated standard operating guidelines, these policies are going to have to be reviewed again because there may be things that come up. So, these little infinite details are going to be incomplete until all of those steps are in place. So, I'm comfortable with where we're at right now. Just for context, I've been kind of pushing for this for 4 years now. So it's really good to see that administration is starting to address those.
Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Reef, through to CAO Ferris, just a couple questions. Was there any top down to the fire chiefs? Have they had any input into the changes?
I have discussed it with our manager of protective services. My understanding is he has had some discussions, but I'm not 100% certain. Ultimately, it is an HR issue, and I can follow up with the chiefs should you wish us to. That said, at this time, without naming names, it is affecting only one individual at the county, possibly two. But we can absolutely incorporate additional feedback from the chiefs if it's desired.
Okay, and the other, I have a couple of things. If you- The financial impact, again, I don't see that in the report. Now, obviously, there's gonna be savings, but
If I may, due to the minimal numbers of staff, without making it a closed session item, we don't believe it's possible to bring it to council. And it's all really dependent on the calls where that staff person comes out. It is a net savings across the board for the organization. But that said, we can run the numbers for you if you wish to have that level of detail. We didn't think it was necessary, just given the scale.
and I just for clarification, so if these are salaried employees or I'm not, again, don't know the details. If they're called out and they're being paid through their regular course of remuneration, does that cost get costed to the fire department or does it stay in there?
If Mr. Orwood could respond to that, if it pleases council, he did a review of the numbers better than I did.
I think everything goes back according to the fire department to track the costs from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Through the chair, I just had a question. So Councillor McNeil mentioned going to the White Court policy here, number 3, how they would want them to have the paid leave. Could we then fall into like the double payment again, whether they were getting paid for their day being gone, yet getting paid again to attend the fire training?
Now,
You're not wrong. There is definitely that ability where they could make that argument again. If the desire is to incorporate both section 2 and 3 as recommended by Councillor McNeil, I would probably, based on that, clarify that and close that loophole as well, just so we don't have that issue going forward. It's a valid point.
Councillor McNeil?
I'm prepared with 2 motions, but I guess the first motion, that council rescind policy 2301, volunteer firefighting by staff.
Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor? That's passed. Councillor McNeil?
For the second motion, I move that council adopt policy CSP-4.101, remuneration for firefighting duties during county work hours, with the amendments from policy 23-001, numbers 2 and 3, with the addition in cases to accommodate in cases where they are already being remunerated, but it's not inclusive.
Matthew, I know you were talking about the having those amendments offline, giving it as procedural. I'm just wondering if you want that motion or if we should.
Just because, sorry, through the chair, if those are the only amendments, I'm more than comfortable with that. There were further questions that Councillor McNeil had that we can bring offline, specific to the procedure. This will address policy and this what we can make.
Just making sure that we're following in there. Any discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call that question. All in favor? Okay, it's moved. This moves to next. No new business, council reports and questions, or council reports and inquiries. We'll start with Councillor Whitten.
Isn't there bulk water?
Yeah, we can do bulk water.
Oh, sorry, I missed bulk water there. I don't have a 7.3 beside mine, so I skipped over it. I had policy ISU 6.501 bulk water policy, sorry.
Good afternoon. Today we're bringing forward a policy to rescind policy 4102 and adopt the new draft policy for the bulk water ISU 6.501. This policy was originally drafted in 2000. 2006 as an agricultural use when we had gotten a grant to drill a couple of wells for agricultural services in Anselmo and Fort Assiniboine. The current policy can be expanded to include both potable bulk water as well as non-potable. So for human consumption and for agricultural use. We have a advanced contactless prepaid fob system that we would like to implement on this as well, which would then eliminate some of the need for the accounting clerks to have to fill out a paperwork every month and then try and chase down delinquent payers. This would be would be still managed by the accounts clerk. There would be a would be a prepaid account, and so then that would allow the account clerk not to have to chase it down. Monitored fees would be removed as well and put to the fees and charges bylaw. And then reduce, I already mentioned, but reduce the delinquent accounts for administration. Questions?
Sorry, your worship, just for correction, the old policy was 2003, not 2006, sorry for that.
Discussion from council? Councilor McNeil?
I'm prepared to go ahead and make the motion that council rescind policy 4102.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion to the motion? Seeing any, call the question. All in favor? That's moved. We have a second motion on the table. Councillor St. Martin.
That council adopt policy IS period U-6 period 501 bulk water as presented.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is moved. We'll move down to line 1, council reports. We just started here, but you had any updates you'd like to give us, Councillor Whitten?
None at this present moment.
Any questions for Councillor Whitten? See any? Councillor McNeil?
The same orientation's been informative.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor McNeil? Councillor Wright?
We have no updates at this time.
Okay, on the weekend, we did have trunk or treat, attended trunk or treat there with Councillor Dean. I know Councillor Wright was there and former Councillor Wilhelm. It was, Bert's presence was missed. He's definitely a lot of energy to help out there, so hopefully he's doing better. Very well attended. I didn't get the numbers from the chamber yet, but we had a very consistent stream of people coming through the tent there through the entire couple hours it was running. Had a meeting with the Whitecourt Library Board, going through some of their budgets. They're getting everything ready for the next couple of years and trying to, I guess, review how they've been doing things and how some of their policies and, I guess, financial plans haven't been reflective of what they need to be doing. So we'll see where that comes. I'm assuming they'll come and give a presentation to our council after they bring it to the town. And had a meeting with the Anselmo Ag. Mentioned about some of the policies coming in for the roadside cleanups, because that is a big policy for a lot of the groups with 4-H and the cemetery club and the hall there. Other than that, they are, they're looking at expanding some of the programs they have, especially when it comes to the curling. They've been finding some of the waxes utilized by the floor curling clubs aren't really working on a lot of the new flooring, finishes. They're not using the oil-based or a lot of the old materials anymore, so newer water-based stuff doesn't really work when you're washing it after a big event. They are also making a lot of changes to some of their winter programming that they do. They usually run a Christmas concert with the kids, but just over the years, the activity and volunteers keep dropping and dropping, so they're looking to change it up a little bit and try to do like a Christmas movie, whatever afternoon, something for the community with kids and popcorn, you know, possibly a Santa and some gifts, so trying to do something still for the community, cause they're very heavily, I guess busy there, and that is what I have other than our orientation the last couple of days. Okay, any other questions? Move over, Councillor Coogan.
Yeah, I did have a meeting with the FCSS, kind of the final meeting of the group that was there, and I can see that there's gonna be a big change on that board because a lot of the folks that were there didn't get back in. I attended the economic forum, which was incredibly well done, I must say. Thank you to Councillor Dean and Councillor McNeil for their participation. Councillor McNeil was a facilitator and Councillor Dean was a panel member. And I think that the comments that I got back from that was it was very interesting to see the way that it was set up, that there were successful family businesses where the husband and wife were integral parts of that business, and how that dynamic played out, and how important that is, you know, for our people to show that, you know, that is a part of our society that we don't often talk about. The other interesting part was the presentation that was presented by David Usher on AI, and he integrated with a music presentation, which I found very, very well done. So thank you for that. Other than that, no, that was kind of the highlights of my last 2 weeks.
Any Councillor, any questions for Councillor Coogan? No, Councillor St. Martin?
I attended the trunk or treat as well, and very busy, and kids had a lot of fun. And the 2 days orientation. That's it.
Okay, anything for Councillor? No, Councillor Dean?
So I guess on October 9th, I attended the ICF meeting along with Reeve Cush. And on the 15th, we had a GNP meeting. And covered some of the items that came out of that. On the 16th, we had our final ECDEV committee meeting with that current group, and kind of talked about next steps. As Councillor Coogan mentioned, I was invited to be part of the Economic Forum, and that's always a really well-received event that's put on by the Whitecourt District Chamber of Commerce, and of course Councillor McNeil had an integral part in the planning. One of the highlights for me was the fact that we were able to utilize folks from around the county for the supper. Jem's Bistro did the catering, and they sourced all of the items for the meal, the beef and the chicken and the vegetables from locally based sources. So that was very cool, and thank you very much for taking that initiative. And then on Saturday, that trunk or treat was that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much to Councillor Wright and Councillor St. Martin for coming and rescuing some of us. It was a very busy event, as Reeve Cush mentioned. And kudos go to the Reeve and to former Councillor Wilhelm for lending their energy to make that so fun for those kids. It was they really did a good job of making sure that those kids got something out of that moment. And I know the families that were watching were just really, really appreciative of the effort that you guys put in. So good job. And then along with everybody else, the last couple of days we were spent in orientation, and it's a long process, but I think it's been pretty worthwhile. It's good to get a flavor for the group, and I have a real positive outlook for this group in the next 4 years.
Councillor, any discussion with Councillor Dean? Not seeing any. If I can get a motion to accept the council reports for information. Councillor Wright?
I make a motion that council receives the council reports for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Question, all in favor? And that's moved. Alright, takes us 10.1 RMA welcome letter.
Thank you, Reeve Cush.
As you were aware, we had some technical difficulties getting functioning services and emails, a little worse than I would have liked, but in fact, in light of that, we did receive a welcome letter that I wanted to forward to you, but we weren't fully technically up yet. So this is a welcome letter from RMA. RMA is a rural lobby group, for lack of a better word. They lobby for rural counties, MDs, and the interests of the rural Alberta. And they host multiple conferences every year where we attend to advocate for our residents. But this was just a formal welcome letter that they wanted sent to all council, so it's here for correspondence.
Thank you. Discussion on Councillor Dean?
Just, I'd move that council receive the RMA welcome correspondence for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion to the motion? Seeing any, call that question, all in favor? As carried. 11A.1 2025 Quarterly Community Services Operational Report. Mrs. Lutwig?
Thank you, Reeve and council. So attached for council's review is the number 3 community services report. The purpose of the report is essentially to provide you a summary of what we've been accomplishing in the last few months. Of course, as you're well aware, the division does include protective services, health and safety, planning and development, community services, recreation, and economic development. Some of the highlights, there is a detailed report that is attached, a little more in depth, that my group provides to me, and then I shortlisted some of the highlights from those lists. So protective services, health and safety, we are in the process of doing a third-party review with Transitional Solutions to assess our fire service delivery, governance, and future capital requirements. There's been some new installation of equipment at the Port Assiniboine Fire Hall, as well as there had been pump testing on our engines from Rocky Mountain, I can't remember the P name, sorry, RMP. Phoenix, thank you. The county is looking at doing some, or we have been, doing some lunch and learns. Several of us have gone to ICS training more recently. And our EFRAX radio systems, those are being upgraded as well into our infrastructure department's vehicles, as well as our fire vehicles as well. Grants and training, constant training with respect to our fire members, volunteers, to ensure that they're adequately trained. We've also applied for a grant for the 2026 training for that to continue so that they can move up from a level 1 to a level 2 training. Safety, we're in the process of doing our 2025 core audit. And we again in the process of that, we meet joint health and safety, as well as another committee in which we review our corporate health and safety manual and policies on a regular basis. Planning and development, of course, the hot topic there was our land use bylaw, which was adopted in September of 2025 after an extensive review by the committee as well as public engagement. We're also in the process of doing a new permitting program in land management, software program, which will enhance much better services for our public, as they'll be able to go online and do some of those permits online, as well as if you pay online, our public web map availability on there as well. This year, to date, we're actually processed 78 development permits, 11 subdivision application, with roughly an 8-day turnaround for permits. We are looking at perhaps applying for an APC grant. Joshua will be discussing that a little further here and further into the agenda. Airport planning, we continue to work at with the committee as well as council on airport land use amendments within the land use bylaw, as well as a conceptual plan. which we're hoping to have something for review for council in 2026. Recreation and community services. Install was phase 1 of the stairs. Phase 2 is in the process right now for the second set of stairs. There's also some erosion mitigation that's occurring out there. Community grants that we processed, 52,000 to the community organizational capital grant applications. We've put out about $27,000 in transportation and tax rebate assistance to local residents. We've strengthened our partnership with Barrhead and District FCSS. They are now providing services 2 days a week to the communities around Fort Assiniboine and Goose Lake. Whitecourt Regional Library, what else? Well, stakeholder engagement, sorry, yeah. So there's a new manager with Whitecourt Library, so we've reached out to them and had discussions with them. I know that we also deal with our Indigenous groups within the region as well. The big event was the Family Fun Day at the Blue Ridge Recreation Area with over 300 attendees. It's a very popular event. It's something that we do on an annual basis. Recreation site life cycle assessments and external consultants is being completed as we speak. And that will assist us in our ICF and capital planning. Economic development, we continue to collaborate with Capital Power as well as Ontario Power with respect to the SMR potential coming to Woodlands County. We were awarded an NRED grant through the GOA, and we have done a request for proposal to do a heavy industrial site development. Good Even Associates, or as the consultant that will be doing that, they have started that process and are excited to get that underway. The SCOP is another grant that the county received in 2024, I believe it was, and it's just coming to its final end, in which we will then have a couple studies to go off. One being the agricultural benchmark study, and then it was also looked at as to how we match up to other municipalities and what we do for economic development. This year we did the ambassador program, which achieved 750 survey responses and over 400,000 online impressions through our Facebook and our Instagram. Business retention, there's the attendance to the regional RETA and regular BSN meetings as well as chamber meetings. If anybody has any questions.
Councilor McNeil?
First, an observation, I just wanted to say how great it is to get this kind of a report for our first meeting, so that it gives us a really good, clear picture of what's been happening in your departments. And I really appreciate the detail, especially on things like with planning and hearing like an 8-day turnaround for permits and the number of permits and zoning be included this report. So I think that's really valuable. I would, as an opportunity maybe for the next quarter, under business retention activities and economic development, if we could include metrics about how many business visits, the conducting the one-on-one interviews with local businesses, stuff like that. If we can get more metrics tied to economic development for those types of things, similar to how you've done in the planning department.
Anything else? Councilor St. Martin?
Mr. Chair, through to Joan, I concur that the reports are very good, and thank you. I really like the upcoming for Q4 section as well. That really gives us an opportunity to explain to our citizens, you know, what's happening and what they can look forward to. Thank you.
Anything else for Joan? Anything else, Joan? Counselor Dean?
I'd move that council receives the quarterly 2025 community services operational report for the full.
Thank you, Counselor. Discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, all in favor? That's moved. 11A2 says seeking council support for an application to the Alberta Community Partnership Grant for the Intermunicipal Development Plan rewrite.
Good afternoon, council. So this time of the year, every year, the province of Alberta, for the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, has been doing something called the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, where they've outlined a handful of projects that local governments can apply for to get different levels of grant funding. One of those projects is the Intermunicipal Development Plan. Looking ahead at some of the timelines, there's an application deadline for this grant of November 28th to apply for funding to get our IDP funded. So what we're trying to do, administration, we're trying to proactively get the motions in place to apply for this grant. This grant does require 2 motions. It requires a motion from Woodlands County Council establishing who the managing partner of the grant would be, and it also requires a motion from the town of Whitecourt. In speaking with the town of Whitecourt, I don't know if there's guarantee that they'll be able to get a motion, but what we're seeking is at least if we have a motion on our end and something changes on theirs, we could still apply. We're not waiting till last minute to get that motion, as we've already basically done most of the application work and it's basically ready to go on our end. So it puts us in a good position. And if we can't apply for next year, the application's there. They don't really change much year to year. We can apply for the following year, so it's ready to go. So I guess we'll discuss a little bit more, I think, in the budget meetings of if council decides that they want to go ahead with the IDP. What we're seeking to do is just fund it through grant funding. There's nothing right now that we put aside in the budget for the IDP, so this gives us an opportunity to fund it through that and not put the cost on our ratepayers. And also recognizing that our IDP is 12 years old, and there's various policy statements in the document itself, like policy 4.12. It states that we should be doing a rewrite of this document every 5 years, so we're clearly well over that timeline. That being said, I haven't read everything on the RFD because that basically sums it up, but I've highlighted some of the deficiencies in the document, like it currently references our old bylaws, our old MDP, things that don't exist anymore, so we're really looking at cleaning it up and then creating something that aligns with our new council vision of what council decides they want that document to look like. So that being said, we're looking for a motion under the recommendation to apply to the grant under the intermunicipal collaboration stream.
Councillor Dean?
Thanks through the chair to Josh. So would it be fair for me to assume that there's gonna be a cost associated with redoing this IDP, and this grant is just gonna cover those costs, whether it was hiring of consultants or whatever may go into developing that IDP? This grant would cover those costs.
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to do some reporting requirements, so we'll have to make sure that we're keeping everything very itemized and we're reporting those amounts to the council, to the province, but yes, they'll cover the entire project. We can get up to 200,000.
Councillor St. Martin?
I'm prepared to make the motion that council provides support and directs administration to apply for applicable streams of the Alberta Community Partnership Grant for the Intermunicipal Development Plan rewrite with the town of Whitecourt and establishes Woodlands County as the managing partner, with the town of Whitecourt being the primary participant.
Councillor, discussion to the motion?
I have more a question about a point of order. I have some questions about other ACP opportunities.
Currently, we're speaking to this motion.
And that's why I wanted to ask about, so where that would fit in.
Right now, it's, okay, so we have this motion for approval on this, so the discussion needs to be around the approval of this motion.
Perfect, no, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else? Not seeing any, I'll call the question, then all in favor? That's moved. And if you're finished this one, if you have another question, you can.
Okay, perfect, yeah, it was more my timing to understand where that would go in. So specifically, the questions in regards to the ACP, and you had mentioned it's been in play for a number of years. I actually looked back on this one, and from the 2013 to 2017 council, we partnered with Whitecourt on $2 million worth of projects. And the projects were, for example, $350,000 for Winter Park, $350,000 for heavy haul truck, two that were $350,000 each for water infrastructures, and so on like that. So over the years, we've had a rich history of partnering with them and having success in this area. So it's just something I wanted to bring it up as part of this discussion when we're talking about the ACP I guess maybe ask administration, is there any other components that we could also be looking at in addition to this one? So for grants such as, for example, something like improving our tubing infrastructure or some of those kind of projects.
Mr. Ferris?
Can through the chair, trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can. As per our financial policies, we prioritize grants over everything else first. We always seek willing and engaged partners. That said, we need to have partners. I will say it because Josh won't. We have inquired multiple times about whether or not the motion that you just passed, if there was a willingness with the town to partner and save our taxpayers that way and utilize grants. Fully recognizing that we still don't have a response. We will continue administratively to comply with the financial policies where we seek those partnerships and we look at them first. If council has any particular, for lack of a better word, pet projects that they would like us to, they believe are eligible within those grants, we are happy to entertain that and we will prioritize that as needed.
Okay, one more and we're gonna move on in the agenda.
Just to put that out there, maybe is this something that, to put on the radar of the joint liaison committee? Would that be where it should be parked?
Yep.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, 11B1 Q3 2025 Corporate Services Report.
Good afternoon, members of council. So before you again, here is the corporate services report at a very high level, and I think most of the items on that list were covered heavily on Monday when we were going through the first realization part of it. Part of it is from the same report. But I'll just touch on at a very high level some of the areas, but it will be more of a repetition. The budget process is ongoing, and I think I'm now happy we have a committee there, finance committee, will be listening to the first budget presentation. Second item there is the two major systems that we talked about last time. That is our ERP, the financial system to replace the old legacy system. And then Ceologist will come in, and I think the projected time there I could see is about February of next year. And then the other side, we have the asset management, and that one is ongoing, and I think as we speak, the team is on their way to Calgary for the first training on their asset management, and I think they'll come back as excited. Apart from that, the major thing that we're doing now on the financial side is on the utility data cleanup. We just want to make sure that we don't move in issues to the new system. So we are coming up with the asset, the master spreadsheet to make sure that everything is cleaned up before it goes into the new system. Again, the other big item worth mentioning is the tangible capital asset policy that is currently being reviewed, and I think the whole idea is just to maximize, the capital allocations and to make sure that we address that area. Moving forward, on the legislative side, of course, the municipal election is over, and I think some will be smiling back there. So the main thing under legislation right now would be the records management modernization, and I think they're really working close to make sure that things are worked on the right way. And then the other thing worth mentioning there is on our grants and corporate support. We've submitted, of course, the LGFF and the community building fund as well, applications, and we are hoping to receive that money so that they can be allocated properly. Apart from that, finance continues with our daily activities. That is, there are so many that we can't list them, but they work on a daily basis.
Sorry. I just had a question under the legislative services and the mention of the welcome guide to all new landowners. In that welcome guide, is there a component of economic development to give them an overview of business supports in the area?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, go ahead, Mr.
There will be, the intent of this guide, this is a project that we've kind of just done on our own because, for one, we get a lot of phone calls of new residents. And we thought we could better sell ourselves and our services. So there will be a high level key resources, contact numbers, but it isn't strictly restricted to economic development. There will be sections for each of the 7 you to indicate who's there. Our goal is, if you're brand new to the community and you don't know who or what to call, it should be in there to some degree. We will be providing a graphically final draft as well to council in case there are things that you believe should also be included. But there will definitely be a component on how we can support businesses and what those resources are where applicable.
I'm assuming the welcome book will, because we have had calls in the past from people who are new to rural living in general, who call the municipality wondering about how, you know, how we handle their sewer or when we pick up their garbage or how their water works, so.
To the chair, absolutely, we will address that, and to save on costs, what will be happening, at least this year for budget costs, is whenever we get a new land title registration of a new owner, a postcard will go in the mail, and on that postcard will be a QR code with the 30 or 40 page manual, rather than the cost of printing and mailing that out. If it is to the point where council believes that we should also have some physical copies, we can look at that in 2026. But as of now, the plan is we simply send a postcard in the mail with the QR code.
Councillor McNeil.
I think the postcard's a great idea, the package is a great idea. And just also to connect with local realtors to make sure they have the copies of the postcards, cause then they can give, cause I know currently a lot of the local realtors give a Whitecourt package. And the only other comment that I had is just kind of a request, not so much specific just to this report, but in general, and kind of following up on Councillor St. Martin's mention earlier about acronyms. The first time an acronym appears in something, can you please spell it out and then follow with the acronym, so then we have both the written. Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing any, if I get a motion to move the report. Councillor Wright.
Make a motion that council receives a quarterly 2025 community services operational report for information.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion to that motion. Not seeing any, call the question, all in favor? And that is moved. Q3 capital variance report.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think we are now moving to the good part. And I think I'm going to have some strategic approach to this because we are going to double team here. We will be talking about numbers and my counterpart will be talking about the operation side. But what I would like to touch before that comes in is, you could help me with this because I don't know whether you'll be able to see those things. They were tiny, so I decided to expand it for you for this purpose, so that you're able to follow. But looking at that report that is being distributed, you could see there are a few things here that I would like to mention before we dive into the operation side. If you could see, most of the capitals are of course proceeding as planned, and the expenditures of course they are aligned. But some of them, you could see some substantial number of projects are complete, but they are currently showing like they are underspending, like we are not spending out there. I think this is just due to timing difference in project schedules, pending invoices, and I think once that one goes through, especially in the fourth quarter, most of them are going to be on target. The other thing I would like to mention there is also the projects that we are deferring. Some projects have been rescheduled for next year, and all those things we are going to explain when it comes to the operation side, why they are being deferred to the following year, why we will not be able to complete them. But if you follow what I've done on the report, I wanted you to see the funding source, where they're coming from. You see the projects that have been carried forward from the previous years that are yet to be completed. And you could see the system that were used in the past, you know, where projects were presented, council made some amendments, and then we have the final budget, so that we know exactly the total amount that is required in those areas. Then the last column there you see is actual. Like in the first, if you look at the West Mountain Road, the final actual there is 1.8, and you can see the actual is only 168. And I think that's exactly where I was talking about timing difference in the project schedules and pending invoices and all those things coming into place. So in my explanation, you'll see most of them are saying complete and the ones in progress. And most of them are complete, some of them are in progress. So now when my counterpart will be coming to give you an update on the operation side, please also follow the numbers as that will come, because I don't want to repeat the same thing that he's going to talk about in a few minutes. Now, the other thing worth talking about is out of that list, we only have one unbudgeted item, which is the one at the bottom. If you flip the other side of the sheet I gave you at the bottom, you see there Holmato Compact. And I think from what you see on the RFD, it might look like it came from donation funds. For a point of correction, it is the equipments that were donated by some company to us, and they just donated those equipments, and they were worth what we are seeing in there. And these are just for fire. They use them for those vehicle extrication items, you know, the rescue tools that they use. So I just wanted to make sure that the account is not using donation funds to purchase this, but it was a donation given by a company, I think it's Shadowhawk, to fire. Those are equipments. And then for that, I think, avoid more repetition, I'll park the capital one for now. And then when my colleague comes in, he'll be giving us updates on some of these projects, and you'll be following through the numbers to see exactly where we are. But majority of the projects are complete, most of them.
Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, just a question through the chair to John. I noticed on Carlson Drive there was no numbers at all, and we had allocated, I believe, at some point in our budget, $100,000 for engineering, and I see that the engineering is in progress, which is great, and the funds are coming from what was saved on the East and West Mountain Road. I'm just curious as to why that is not, you know, identified in there.
You cover that after.
Sorry, Jeff.
Okay.
So those are some of the areas we had already identified that my colleague will, when he's giving the same
thank you.
operation update.
Okay, any other questions here? If I can get a motion, Councillor Dean?
Move the council receive the capital variance report for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion to that motion? Not seeing any. Call the question. All in favor? That's moved. Mr. Orwa, we got the operating variance report now.
Again, now coming to the operation variance report, I think I will also be highlighting some of the stuff without going line by line. But I think I'll mention a few areas that have some substantial impact. That is budget versus variance. The first item that I would like to talk about is if you look at the non-residential property tax. If you look at those two lines, those are some of the things that were coming from the government. That is assessment changes. And when they make those assessment changes, they can either go up or go down. So if you net the two, depending on the assessment changes, the impact on the revenue side was about 245,000. That is reduction in revenue. that we had in that area. The first one, of course, there was an increase, the second one, there was a decrease, but the net effect, we had about 246,000 decrease in revenue. Now, moving forward on the bigger ones, some of these things are, they're on target, they're small. But one other thing worth mentioning is look at the capital grants. Now, those capital grants, so far, with the DRP, we've received about 279,000. And I think it's still ongoing and we'll have more recoveries. And then we have the LGFF. Now, when we did this report, remember this is September ending, we had not received some of that money, but now I can say that it's been received and the money is in the bank. The only money that is pending right now is the CCBF, that is about 300,000. That one we have not received yet, but we are going to receive it for sure. Now, coming down, those are the big ticket items on the revenue side. Coming down.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
So just for clarification, like right now, there's a big variance in the capital grants. And are you suggesting that by end of Q4 2025 that $2.2 million is likely going to be received?
Yes, so majority, the only one that I would like to be certain about would be the DRP, because those ones are also dependent upon the projects as they complete them. But the one that I'm sure of that we're going to get from the government is LGFF, and I can confirm that we've already received that LGFF money. So in the fourth quarter, yes, that is going to reduce already by 1.something million. And then we'll keep on recovering from the DRP. And then finally, 300,000 might also come in but will come in from CCBF. It's just a timing issue.
What's CCBF?
It is the Canada Community Building Fund. So this is what they used to call before the federal gas tax.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Now, moving down, the big ticket items, of course, the wages, and you can see we are within the budgeted figures, and we are indicating effective cost management there. And it falls down together because they go together with the benefits. And then, I just identified there because you see zero under the elections, but that has happened already. So in the fourth quarter, those ones, there will be no variance there. The other big tickets worth mentioning would be the membership fees and conferences. And you can see we are going to see substantial increase in the expenditures in the fourth quarter because most of these conferences are going to happen in the fourth quarter. Like I know some of the RMA is coming through. I know asset management team are out. I know the planning team have conference lined up. So there'll be substantial reduction in the variance that you're seeing there. And when you're looking at the membership and conferences, it ties into the training and education as well, because some of those things go together. So we are going to see a favorable variance when we look at the fourth quarter. The other thing also worth mentioning here would be the audit services. Of course, that one again will be at year end. And though there will be no variance there after paying them. We've already scheduled for the interim starting in December, and then it overlaps into the following year. Again, flipping the other side, contracted services is a big one, because those are some of the biggest items cost-wise, where most of the items through projects flow through. And again, you can see we still have a variance of 1.7 there. And I would say much of that variance is due to timing of invoices again, because when you complete projects, sometimes it takes a few months before you even get the final projects, before all the deficiency and some of those things run through. And then the other one worth talking about is other local governments. Other local governments, remember there was 2.2 million there. That's the cost sharing with the town of Whitecourt. And I think that 2.2 million has been reduced a little bit because we've given them at least half of that money, that is 1.1 million. That check has already been dispatched to the town, but it was after the report was printed. That's why you're still seeing the 2.2 million. And I think as we keep on engaging them, we'll try to settle that debt, I think, by end of the year if possible, depending on the direction I get from. So I think that part, I will leave it like that for now. The other bigger ticket items worth mentioning is on the signs. The signs we had, you could see there was a big item there. Out of that 61,000 on the signs, primarily it's driven by the 50K airport sign, and I think there's some hold up there, depending on the direction probably where the council would like to see out there in terms of the signs at the airport. And I think we'll be working with the administration to get that direction. And I think probably my counterpart might touch on that because we've talked about it at length. So that 61 is just being driven by that airport sign. Tires is a bigger one. Somebody might ask why we still have 100,000 to go, but I think there's some additional tires being purchased in the fourth quarter. And those tires, some of them I'm told are very, very expensive. Then again, the other ticket item would be the construction materials, which goes alongside with what is coming through contracted services. And part of that also might be touched on when we'll be getting some confirmation or from operations. But I think there's some late expenditures that will come through there in the fourth quarter as well. Now, the other ones, I could say I highlighted them in yellow because they are, we call them year-end items. Some of those things we process them at end of the year, where we start moving funds depending on the completed project. So we'll be moving funds from the reserves to recognize the revenue, to offset the expenses that we have. So that movement takes part at the end of the year. That's why you see those huge variances there. So it's not alarming that you're not doing anything. And then the other one is the accretion expense. Now the accretion expense is tied into the asset retirement obligations. And those are again the year-end entry, if you remember what the auditors were explaining on Monday. At year-end, we'll have to look at those liabilities and make sure that, you know, if at all we were to reclaim whatever it is at that point, there will be enough funds to do that. So that one runs through the statement of operations, so we're calling it the accretion expense, which is just a periodic expense that we use there to recognize when updating what I would call the present value. And the liability part of it you'll now see in the balance sheet, as was explained last time. Then the other one is allowance for doubtful debts. You could see, I think that also came up when we were talking about. So in the books, we budgeted for 500,000. So again, we're going to see at the year end if at all we are on target or what really happens there. So that's why I highlighted those ones in yellow, because they are big ticket items, but we make those entry at the end of the year. I think at a very high level, that's what I have as the variance report. But I think the fourth quarter, we should start seeing those percentages moving towards almost nothing because the funds shall have been utilized.
Councilor McNeil.
It's through to John. I'm just curious, can you elaborate on what are attractive items? What are we talking about?
I think the attractive items, I know the moment you ask that question through to the chair to the councillor. Mr. CEO, do you want me to proceed or?
I can answer it.
Okay.
Through the chair, sorry for laughing, it's not funny. It's kind of been a historical catch-all from everything from health and safety equipment to things that staff didn't feel couldn't be budgeted elsewhere. What we've discussed at a leadership team level, in the budget discussion so far today is we asked staff to put the list in of what they would historically do as it was. We got the list, we're able, within the first budget coming forward, there will be no attractive items. Some of those things will be going to office supplies, some of it will go to health and safety. If someone wants a standing desk because it's ergonomic, you have to do an ergonomic assessment to show that it's needed before we just go buy a desk. So there's things like that where it was a catch-all. We can do and will hold ourselves better to that going forward. So it will not be something you see after the quarterly 4 report for this year.
Councillor Dean, and then back over to Councillor McNeil.
Through the chair, I was just gonna say, I first asked that question in 2007. Same thing, what the heck is an attractive item? So I'm glad to see that that's gonna migrate out of this
Absolutely.
reporting.
Councillor McNeil?
My other question was if you could give us a little more insight into the debt with the town. You had mentioned something about depending on the will of council.
Fine. Sorry if I can answer that. So the will of council for sure plays a role in it. What we're struggling with and what you even see within your agenda is our overall agreement with some of our partners doesn't spell out key terms on payment dates and that sort of thing. There may have been historical unwritten understandings or past agreements that have such been expired. John and myself and some others on the team have been actively in discussions with the town on formalizing a payment schedule. The town has a payment schedule that they would like. We have a payment schedule that we think is fair. And so we're negotiating to get to a term that we're all in agreement on. We're not there yet. As a good faith mechanism, we did release half a $1.1 million payment. And then there was a discussion for another quarter, I believe. There's still a 25% outstanding, but we are using that also as part of our discussion to come with proper terms that we can ensure that we're fiscally responsible with our tax dollars and can justify the costs.
Just in addition to that, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we also offset the 2024 when I arrived. I think at the time the CEO arrived, there was also outstanding balance of 791,000, and that one has also been settled as part of the faith and mechanism that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any, if I can get a motion, Councillor Kluken?
Yeah, I'll move that council receive the operating variance report for information.
Councillor, discussion to the motion? Not seeing anything, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's moved. 11C1 Q3 2025 Infrastructure Services Report.
Thank you, Worship, Members of Council. I'm the counterpart. Being the third quarter of 2025, infrastructure services focus on completing carry forward capital projects from previous years, initiating new 2025 projects and preparing for winter operations. Through a team effort, we worked diligently, completed many of the carryover project from 2023 and 2024. I'm happy to report that we forecast all the 2023 and 2024 projects will be all completed by the end of 2025, and vast majority of the 2025 project also be completed by the end of 2025. The operationally, the department has been transitioning from finishing the summer operations, summer projects into winter readiness and continue to improve our service delivery and maintenance. And I will take the opportunity to go into capital reports, and I highlight a few projects and at the end of my capital report, I typically pause to see if there's any questions that councilors would like to ask, cause I'm not going to talk about every single project and before I move into the operating report. So if you go to the capital project list, project number 1, Hardlock Canyon Stairs. This project developed divided into 3 different phases. Phase 1 is already complete. Phase 2 is currently in progress and forecast to be completed by the end of the calendar year. And phase 3 is in parallel completion with phase 2, which is also forecast to be completed by the end of calendar year. Second projects, the radios. John already talked about the radios. We forecast the installation of all the MFRAC radios by the end of the year as well. Moving on to project number 5, airport runway engineering. We have been unsuccessful in getting provincial grant for the past 2 years. We will be resubmitting a STIP application by the end of November for this round. We do have a consultant that's currently working on the STIP application refresh. Moving on to number 7, Councillor Coca has a tough question for me. So back in 2024, on the budget, there is $100,000 allocation for the engineering for Carlson Drive. That was my understanding. However, there's likely a transcription error between 2024 and 2025. It was not identified as a carry forward for that money. So that's the financial side. Work side is there's no stoppage or anything. We're still proceeding with engineering. I'm using the savings from my West Mountain, East Mountain engineering to pay for the Carlson Drive engineering. And Carlson Drive, depending on what the engineering design is, the future step is to decide how do we deliver the work. That's a future discussion point. Moving on to item number 8, Cutbanks Road, flood damage repair. I'm going to lump that with number 9, Old Ferry Road. Both of them being done by the same consultant, same timelines and likely leading the same tender. We're currently working on design. We should have the design completed by December 31st, 2025. The environmental permitting will take longer time than that. The typical permitting timelines is, if we're fortunate, is about 6 to 9 months. So that's where we are working with our fingers crossed. Our hope is that by spring of 2026, the project can be ready for tender, and we tender both projects so that the project can be completed by November of 2026, which will make us eligible for receiving DRP funding for the work. For context, November 2026 is the end of the 3-year period for DRP eligibility. Moving on to project 11, the hot mix paving, the resurfacing projects this year for our county that's completed with some deficiencies outstanding. Moving on to 2025 capital budget projects. Item 13, we have 3 water line service connection replacements. We completed 1. We are going to start the remaining 2 this week, and hopefully we can complete by say middle of November. That's our hope, and that depends on the weather. If unfortunately we cannot get it completed this year, then the remaining work will become carried forward into next year.
Right, Jeff, Peter's got a question for you.
Yeah, through the chair, Jeff. Those ones on State Avenue, because the highway runs right through there, who's responsible for the repair on that? Is that end up being the municipality?
So the chair to Councillor Koken, it's the municipality's responsibility. It's a utility installation onto the highway. It's the same expectation for us managing our county road. If a utility company installing a utility underneath our county road, it's our expectation that they fix.
Secondary question then, is there a possibility that we could find out what the cost of that is attached to in case we ever consider doing a resource road around because of the traffic that's going through there, the heavy traffic that goes through there?
Through the chair, Councilor Cook, and just to clarify, is there a way we can,
Well, just the cost of that repair, just the repair of the road. You know, because there's, you know, over time, that particular area has had a tremendous amount of repairs done just because of the structure underneath. So I'm just wondering whether at some point in time we'll decide that it may not be best to have that heavy a traffic through there.
through the chair to Councilor Cook, we can certainly track the cost and report the cost. I'm not quite seeing the connection where the cost that we track and how does that affect the province's decision whether to allow heavy traffic going through it. But I can certainly track it. If I can.
Please continue, Jeff.
I'm going to skip a bunch of completed projects, and the next one is 26, the subdivision roads. We have completed all 6 subdivision roads with seal coat this year. This contractor is still fixing deficiencies this week, but all 6 roads are complete. Moving on to item 31, the office development here, we are 95% complete. We're waiting for doors to be installed, and all the furnitures are in place, so there are already some people moved in and work out of those offices. We do have one more scope out of this project, which is development of meeting room underneath the stairs. That project is about to start towards the early of November and hopefully be completed by the end of December. Number 32, moving on to Grove Creek Slide. For those councillor from previous council being to site, I took you to during the site tour. I have at that time my high level estimate is about $1 to $2 million to fix it properly. I have received the engineer's report, and the most pricier option it is in the $1 million range to install pile walls. However, there are some cheaper long-term solutions which through the capital budget presentation council will be briefed. For engineering, sorry, this item is only for engineering, it's not for construction. For this item, the intent is the engineering should be done by the end of December to allow the possibility of any construction happening in 2026. And I have seen, as I mentioned in previous council meetings, we are trying to see if we can tap into some of the DRP funding for this project, because it was a DRP project to start. Item 34, the Fort Museum exterior restoration. This project unfortunately becomes a carry forward into next year. The season has been it's been too late for us to when we plan to start the project. It was a bit too late with the air being damp and cold. So through discussion with the contractor, it is best that we decided it's best for the product and the project to carry forward that project into next year. There's no funding. The contractor's quote and the purchase order still stands. We're not paying the contractor money for carrying over next year. Item number 39. This was a addition to the April budget revision. We have hired a consultant to done some survey and calculations. Instead of doing a full-blown design of expansion of the lagoons, it is now my recommendation, based on the dredging results, that we attempt dredging first. We based on the results from the dredging survey, It is our belief that after dredging, which is an operating task, after dredging, we're able to release about 25% of the capacity so that we can delay the enlargement to a future year through the operation work of dredging. That's all the selected project for capital updates. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillor McNeil?
Starting with number 5, under the airport, with the STIP application, I guess my first question is you had mentioned that you have a consultant that's working on this one. Has this consultant had successful STIP applications in the past? And if not, then I guess my comment would be if we've applied twice and not gotten it, then can we get some insight or a review from a consultant who has had successful STIP applications?
So to Councillor McNeil, I cannot answer their history. I do not have that information. I do not have a problem when the application is ready to send to another. We do have a standing consultant for grant writing. I don't have a problem sending to that consultant for review. Or if there's any other consultant that we can find in the next 2-3 weeks to send to them for review. From my review of the applications and the councillor from the previous council have all seen their application, it was, in my opinion, is a well-written application. I didn't think that was the issue.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McNeil, with respect to those STIP applications, our council and in fact the RMA as a whole has asked for clarity on what the criteria is, and the standard answer coming back is that program is extremely oversubscribed. And we're just hoping that when things get to a point where that work absolutely has to be done, then they'll consider it important enough that they'll actually make the grant. But we had money in the budget to do this project, and council decided that there was no sense putting that money in the budget when we didn't know whether we were going to get the STIP application, because we didn't have the funds to fund that entire project. So this is it's a critical piece of our infrastructure. It's extremely expensive, and we're prevailing on our provincial partners to help us with this.
And to that point, we've also sat in 2 ministers' offices pleading the case before they were with the STIP funding out and with our application, and it's kind of fell on deaf ears, so.
Exactly. Oh, thank you for that clarification. That's kind of why I brought it up, was as well, if there's just any advice that we can get from somebody who's been successful that might give an edge, was the only where I was going.
Go ahead.
Okay, on number 10, I'm just wondering if you could elaborate and tell us what that is, because it just says like BF 78525, which doesn't.
Bridge files.
Right, through the chair to Councillor McNeil, these are 2 bridge replacements. So BF stands for bridge file, is how by definition any bridge structure or any bridge that's culverts larger than 1.5 meter in diameter classified as a bridge file. All the public bridges, either on provincial highway or on county roads, are registered with the province, and province assign a bridge file number, and this is how counties and towns and municipalities in the province manage.
Ms. McNeil?
The next one, number 11, I've had a number of residents ask me about the West Mountain Road resurfacing. And and that might be a council question, I'm not sure. But just wondering with that project, because the questions that have come to me was about the bus turnout, I guess what that was. And I'm seeing now that it was a bus turnout partway up the hill. And how that road got escalated, because the comment was that there was other roads that people were perceiving were in worse condition.
Through the chair to Councillor McNeil, there are 2 separate questions, maybe I'll try to address them separately. The bus pullout was a request from the school board, And I believe that request was submitted before 2021. So it's been a request that gone through 3 or 4 budgetary cycles, and the location was identified by the school board due to school bus turning, room for school bus turning, especially on the hill. In terms of the programming of that project is just because we have a paving job right next to it, so it's thought it's best to lump them together because it's the same similar type of scope. To your second question of programming of capital projects, the West Mountain, East Mountain Road, those 2 roads that we've done resurfacing was based on a consultant's report back in 2021. And it was also gone through at least 2 budgetary cycles that finally the county decided to debenture and by borrowing money and pursue with those projects. In future years, my intent is to rely less on consultant doing the assessment. We have been using the summer to do coal mix road assessments. We haven't quite get to hot mix roads, but it's same criteria that we're going to use to visit and do the assessment in-house, so we can better control the programming of which roads needs to be surfaced on. I wasn't here before the project being first proposed, so I couldn't tell you that I have done a hot mix road assessment back in 2023 or 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jeff? Seeing any, if you wanna continue with the operational part?
Sure. So just providing some selective highlights on the operating side. On the airport, we have scheduled a tabletop emergency exercise for December 8th. This is a requirement because we're a certified airport. Every year we have to either do a full-blown emergency exercise or a tabletop. We're on a 3-to-1 schedule, so every 4 years we do 3 tabletops and 1 full-blown exercise. The staff have been working preparing for winter operations. The winter schedule will begin November 1st. In winter we provide 7 days coverage. Summer will provide 5. The staff have been started preparing for the future year's haying contract, as I mentioned earlier, and we are currently in the review of airport hours of operations and level of service. We want to come to council to see council's opinion on whether there's benefit to reduce the hours of service during winter down to 5 versus, because we don't really get a lot of traffic during the weekend anyway. We are paying people for 2 days to be on staff. On the wastewater side, I will mention that the existing water and sewer rates for the 2 hamlets will be reviewed because the current rate schedule will expire at the end of 2026. So in hopefully towards the end of this year or early 2026, we need to start the process of reviewing the rates. And I will just spend a little bit more time to talk about the watercolor issue in Blue Ridge. We have been tracking the watercolor issue since early this year. We have tried a few things such as increasing the rate of chlorination, adding more chlorine to the water. It does help a little bit, but in the summer, well, we have tried stop working again. So what the problem is the tannin that's in the source water in the wells. And tannin is not toxic to human. It's not harmful to human health. It is discomforting. It's an aesthetic issue. However, we are working on a number of strategies to try to address it. Another short-term solution of taking the activated carbon filters offline that has been implemented. We have seen a slight increase in water quality, i.e. reduce of the water color coming out. We approved a purchase order yesterday for a medium-term solution is to replace the activated carbon. So that's, that replacement is intended to happen in the next 2 months, hopefully sooner than that, but that's a medium-term solution. And we're currently working on the longer-term solution, which is some kind of a reverse osmosis or microfiltration system, which is a longer-term solution. We are trying to try different things and try to solve the water coverage there. Solid waste side, this year we had a large number of breakings, 12 times in Salmo, 2 times at Goose Lake, and 12 times at Doris Creek. People just cut our locks and cut our fence. Robert Kerr, our manager in environmental services, had just replaced Doris Creek and Goose Lake lock with a type of lock that's hard to cut. We'll continue to monitor. We installed some cameras early this year. They seem to work for a while but stop working. So we'll be watching the effectiveness of the new locks and adjust our plans accordingly. In terms of policy, we're working towards having a transfer site access card policy and procedure so that we have a way to confirm the customer's eligibility. We have evidence that people move away from the county still using our transfer sites, and that is an added cost for our county. On the agriculture services side, the team has a number of fall and winter workshops that's scheduled. It'll be delivered in the next month. On the transportation side, was not written on my report, I forgot to mention. Rendro 102, cells of 647, 2-3 years ago, I think in 2021, a low-level crossing was washed out, and that project has been on the books for quite a few years, and I'm happy to report we finally got that crossing. Council back then approved us to remove the crossing, and we finally got all the debris and refuse material out of the river and reclaimed the site. The guardrail repairs on Oak Ridge Highway is ongoing, but we hope to complete in the next few days. A friend drain system was installed for Township 0620A, a location that's locally known as the Wakefield Hill. It's a hill that slides towards the river, so by installing a friend drain system, trying to reduce the rate of sliding. The low-level crossing on the same road, Township 620A, towards the east end of the road, as part of DRP 2023, was replaced. This was an outstanding project for 2-3 years. And moving on, the soft spot repairs, I previously updated council. I want to increase on the effort in doing soft spot repairs. We identified a number of soft spots, I think 8, 6 of them, and that number reminds me. And we're able to complete 2 large ones this year, and then the remaining we'll try to do them next year. And the policies we're working on, the vegetation management policy, as well as we're working on a traffic bylaw. That's hopefully we can take that to council sometime this winter. We have retained a consultant for review of our 5-year fleet replacement strategy. We have we're in the process of getting a consultant started to review and update county's design and construction guidelines from 2016. And with the particular focus with identification of maintenance standards. We want to tie the maintenance standards to the classification of the road. And lastly, for transportation side, I have sent LECOR my updated rates for our mutual aid agreement. For those councillors may not be aware, we provide mutual aid services for plowing on 658 north of Athabasca River, 661 and 33 within our county. And we get paid a rate through LECOR, and it is our job annually to review to make sure we are recovering our costs. That's on the transportation side. And lastly, on the corporate side, we're trying to play in this new work order system and try to learn how to use it, and eventually our staffing infrastructure services are the one primary users of the system. And we're working with other departments for grant funding, and thank you very much.
Question, Councillor.
Under solid waste, in regard to the conversation around representatives working with Regional Landfill Authority to further the discussion on the concrete recycling. I'm curious if there's an interim solution for example, right now, if we have a resident who has concrete that they're looking to get rid of, i.e. like fence posts, like ones that are sitting at my house, where can they take that, or is there a place that they can take it in the county?
Through the chair to Councilor McNeil, right now, residents has to take to a commercial landfill, the closest one being Fox Creek. I do believe this information is posted on county website. There's a phone number that we provide for people to contact and make arrangements.
Okay, so just to clarify, then they're to remove it more than an hour away at their own expense.
Through the chair to Councilor McNeil, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm a little bit concerned, of course, with dumping areas and so on, and if there's something we can't do to address that, which brings me to another concern, I guess, in solid waste that was brought up initially by a candidate in Blue Ridge when they talked about a dumping area outside of Blue Ridge. But so if we don't have somewhere in the county, at least as an interim issue, I don't know how much cement we deal with normally, but if it's small amounts of cement and not commercial, is there something that we could do at one of our transfer stations or locales that we could store it until we come up with a solution for it so that they're not just dumping it somewhere? And then the other part of the question was, I've had 2 people come forward and said to me that their business organizations had volunteered to gather up, clean up some of these dump sites. So one was off the side of the hill beside the Blue Ridge Highway, and another one was that spot that Rob Haydock mentioned that's just outside of Blue Ridge. And both of those, they said that when they volunteered to clean it up, they were told they would be charged by the county to dispose of the cleaned up materials. So they said they'd volunteer the equipment, the time and so on to do it, but I just wanted to ask about that, I guess, in regards to the solid waste, or have that conversation. Is there something that we can do to maybe waive that, or make sure that if we have people that are willing to help clean up some of these areas, that we can make it easier to accommodate that waste?
Matthew, you had your hand up there.
Yeah, if I could. We have looked internally at multiple options in terms of volumes, and the problem that we're running into is codifying a minimal amount that will be accepted. Even if it's a pickup box worth of concrete, a small, the volume can be significant, the price can be significant, the contamination can be significant. And so we are reluctant at this time, I won't say reluctant, we've been unsuccessful in trying to properly codify a way to accept it. Our transfer stations ultimately are aimed at a residential customer. The biggest inquiry we have had is through commercial industry or commercial businesses, and so the volumes there can fluctuate so dramatically. We didn't want to open that up until we fully completed dialogues with the waste authority. The town of Whitecourt does accept it from town customers, so we have had multiple discussions where we have requested that the waste authority can reassume to take concrete, but also that potentially if there's a cost associated, that either people get charged or the county look at covering those costs as part of our contributions to the waste agreement. Those discussions haven't evolved as productively as we'd liked, and so it's definitely a concern We're just struggling right now on how to take it in small amounts at our transfer stations.
I guess on the second point then, on the individuals being told that they would get charged bringing in volumes of stuff. Now those are set, we'll say that those are rates at the dump or the Whitecourt Regional Landfill. And they're probably getting told that they're gonna have to pay whatever the tippage fee is when they go in there. And again, those are kind of semi-third party agreements. So I'm not sure, you know, if a person was to do it around the community cleanup days when there is free disposals, it, you know, they just ask where it's coming from and then they just take it, and then those tonnages are charged back to the municipalities. So I'm not.
Oh, sorry, Alan.
Councillor Dean?
Through the chair, just to council, I guess, to add to that conversation. In the specific case where you have a private individual that is volunteering to clean up a site for the betterment of the county, would it be reasonable for that individual to make contact with administration and get approved with a plan to do something and then submit a receipt to get reimbursed?
Sorry, if it's a question to administration, we can absolutely provide you with policy and deal with our internal procedures. It is not uncommon in Alberta where there is a formal waste commission, where if they're doing, for example, an unsightly cleanup and the costs are going to be non-recoverable for the municipality, and I can think of at least 3 commissions that I'm aware of, they will consider waiving the tippage fees. So requesting that the waste authority considers a practice like that, or that we budget every year X number of dollars to cover beneficial cleanups, for lack of a better word, would entirely be in your authority, and it's definitely something we could do should council direct us.
Okay, anything else on the operational side? Councillor Wright?
I just have a quick question through the chair to Jeff. Regarding the water in Blue Ridge, you had mentioned a long-term solution maybe being reverse osmosis. I just had some questions from our residents about the wells. I heard that there were at 1.2 wells that were functioning and one had caved in and stopped working. So their concern was that there wasn't enough water provided to run something like that. Do you know much about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Wright, I have not heard that we don't have enough water. We maintain a 3-day retention in our retention pond, our retention tank at the water treatment plant. I can talk to Robert further to get his feedback on your concern. But so far I have not heard that concern.
Okay, and then, sorry, if it was a concern, then we could look into the possibility of maybe like digging a second well if that was a long-term solution.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Wright, to my understanding, we have 3 separate wells at the Blue Ridge Water Treatment Plant. And I do believe we're operating only on 2 out of 3. So I can certainly further follow up to get you clarification on that point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments on the capital side here? Not seeing any. If I can get a motion to move the infrastructure services report. Councillor Wright?
I make a motion that council receives the Q3 2025 infrastructure services report for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion to the motion? Not seeing any. I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. You're up, Matthew. 11D1 quarterly CEO report for Q3.
Thank you, Reeve Kush. This past quarter, as you can see from our directors, we've been super busy. A lot of everything we're doing has been focusing around operational accountability, aligning some of our departments, prioritizing and setting up metrics in relation to our various business plans, and getting a lot of historical tasks and that councils, past council and previous councils before that had kind of had as an irritant. And from an ICF perspective and regional partnerships, I've met so far with town of Mayerthorpe, Barrhead County, the MD of Greenview, of course, the town of Whitecourt. And as just building those relationships where we're looking to partner and potentially have cost savings or share resources where we can to just, of course, make our tax dollars go further. We all do the same thing to a greater degree, and if we have partnership opportunities, we should take advantage of it. We've had multiple meetings with the town of Whitecourt, and one of the most productive things I will say to date in my experience here is there's a procedure on the agenda for adoption where we've come to agreement on starting to codify some of the terms of our agreement. And one thing that we have seen historically is the town has had has an excellent retention of their staff, and some of that gets lost over the years as we've had some transitions, but also as councils change. And I'm a big proponent of codifying what the expectations are, because in a lot of ways that ensures that we continue to have a progressive and amicable relationship, because everyone knows what the expectations are, and from not only discussions with past councils but also with the town, the expectations on what we're actually required to do has been unclear, and it has often been contentious. So we're working on that as a major one at an administrative level. I'm in the process right now of, at the end of Q3 there, I have received draft business plans from all of our departments where we're establishing new benchmarks, key deliverables, service level reviews, just to not only, one thing that we will see in some points is how you take a permit is an example. How do you codify and do the metrics? Yes, there's response times, and yes, the number of permits, those are very important things, but there's other ways we can measure successes too, beyond that, whether it's response times back to customers with phone calls and other things like that. So we're just trying to make sure that we're measuring what we can to not only hold ourselves accountable, but also to show to the public, like, this is our level of service, this is our standard, and we will meet this for you, and here's the proof. So there's a lot of success going that way. I finalized an RFP for our strategic plan update that's tendered currently, and will be closing in middle of November. And just collectively, we're doing a lot of short-term strategic items that had just been left straggling over the years, and we're getting them done for council now, so that the new council can continue the great work that's been done in the past, but you almost have a clean slate, so to speak, and so we're making a lot of progress that way. I think John mentioned it, I think he undersold the amount of work that's gone into the budget restructuring and accountability. We've definitely taken a deeper look into some of the departments that than I think some of them had heard historically. We've also heard that some of the managers have expressed concerns about that because they hadn't been asked some of these questions before, and it wasn't meant to be invasive, but we are a public institution and we have to be accountable to those dollars. And so we are asking those questions, and it has raised a lot of interesting discussion items, not only on treating our staff consistently for certain items, but how we do it, because there is so many overlap with our different departments. If we do look at standardizing some of those, there may be some additional upfront costs, but there is definitely the potential for long-term savings if we standardize and codify how often, for example, some of our safety equipment is replaced. And so they are commitments we have, but do our staff required to have some of these things yearly replaced? Probably not. Some of them we can expand the term and hold that balance of being a good employer, ensuring the requirements, but also being more cognizant of the public purse, I would say. And so we've done a lot to do that restructuring, and you will see it at the finance committee and you will see it at council. Is some of those line items, I can't stress it enough, it will look like there is a monumental change. And it will look like it went up $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. But really, some of those costs, I don't wanna say were hidden, but they were made more opaque by just some of our GL structuring it and codifying it. And the more transparent we can come with the budget, I think the better we are as an organization. So there will be some shocking changes there for some of the past counselors. For some of the new, you will be asking, how did this jump so much? And we will absolutely be able to account for those changes, but it will be a bit of a mindset shift. From a governance and orientation point of view, we did complete some leadership training with all our managers. We are blessed in the sense that we have a lot of new, eager managers that are either new to the organization or new to management in a role. And they do need supports and they do need training, and the senior leadership team that we do have as well, we always need training too to ensure that we're providing your best product. So we have done some additional training in Q3. I will say with some mixed results, but we are fine tuning that, and there has been use of the training, and I have heard it referenced in meetings and stuff, so it's clearly some of it got through. But there was definitely some learning curves that we've experienced as we've started rolling out a more consistent training plan for some of our teams. You can't stress it enough, I think Joan humbly acknowledged the work that we did for the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw was completed in Q3, and with how controversial land use bylaws have become in the last couple of years in Alberta, I would say ours went above and beyond. There were some concerns, and as there should be, it is a very complicated document and it impacts everyone. And it directs how you control your land, so it's right people are involved and engaged that way. There were some concerns, Council of the Day listened, heard, amended those concerns, and it went off with, I would say, the proper amount of public debate. So that is something I have to acknowledge and give kudos to our staff, because if it was handled another way, it would not be the first time I've seen a group of protesters actively upset, or the social media campaigns that we've seen in some other counties that have done changes. So I just have to stress the great work that Josh and Joan and the entire team did. And then also with the welcome guide, we're rolling that out. We did try and roll out the initial portions of your council orientation. There were definitely some improvements that we need to make on our end. But to my luckiness, we do have 90 days to get you fully briefed, so we got a little bit more time to provide all the information that you need. We've done a lot of significant changes in terms of greater beat analysis. Last council meeting, we did adopt out a new greater beat program, which we think will increase the service levels for some of our roads. We do get a lot of positive comments on our roads right now, but there's always room for improvement, and we do think that the model that we're rolling out will allow for some of that improvement. As Jeff and John have mentioned, we're working on our vehicle and equipment analysis. And so the important thing there is not only are we doing those assessments, but we looked at the numbers, and the policy was updated in, I believe, early 2025. But when we did look at some of the policy numbers, we did feel we could extend the life of some of our equipment. It's not uncommon for our ratepayers to drive vehicles that are 10, 15 years old. There is no reason why our staff can't either. We have a very competent team of mechanics that keep them running, and so we're looking at where reasonable and where the cost makes sense, extending the life of service on everything we can. And then as we're starting to work with continue to enhance our health and safety training, we've completed we're currently doing our core inspection, so that's more of a 2025, but a Q4. But we're also in the process of finalizing our employee satisfaction survey, as you heard in your orientation. We need to hold ourselves accountable, not only to the most important people, our residents, but we do have to make sure that we take care of our staff and they have the opportunity to provide comments and feedback, because there's always room for improvement. that survey is complete and it will be rolling out within the next week. It's an extensive list of questions and it will now, going forward, be an annual process that we've established, just as a metric that way. Human resources wise, we've had a handful of vacancies just in the last little bit, but overall, we're running at a 90% staff retention for the quarter. So we do anticipate, at least I do, it isn't formally codified because the business plans aren't established just yet. But the 90% mark, 85 to 90% is where I want to be for an HR metric of retention. We recognize some people will have opportunities to go elsewhere, or some people need to make decisions for their life and we can't be held accountable for that. But this is an excellent place to work, and we believe that the retention will be shown and is easily attainable, especially with all the support that council has provided to date with the team. We have finalized all the job descriptions and updated for some clarity and consistency in Q4. We will be probably rolling out a new org chart with some tweaks based on some of the changes on job descriptions, nothing monumental, but that is coming forward. And then in terms of upcoming, we do have the minimum, we do have the finance committee coming up. One of those items that I think is more impactful than some is we do have a minimum tax review. Right now we have a minimum tax of $50. The direction that I have on the books right now is to potentially change that at a rolling scale over the next couple of years. However, there was definitely some good public debate on the implication of how provincial land grazing leases are taxed and whether it should be taxed per parcel or per lease. So that will definitely be a discussion that's before the finance committee that is definitely important. The airport layout and planning project, that's definitely a big project coming up, but it's been spoken to by both Joan and Jeff. Similarly with the ERP, that is one that I will note and I do have concerns. In January, it was supposed to be ready in November, so we had 2 weeks to get it, 2 months to be ready for the new year and run systems dually. As recently as a month ago, it was January. We're now near the end of February. It is a concern. We have had some implementation issues. We do have some added supports that we were able to take within our current budget to help move this along. What we have seen, and I think what you saw at orientation, is we're taking a leading role, I would say, in Alberta and potentially even in Canada about the integration of our financial system with our asset management and ensuring those two systems talk together. And so that has caused some delays, but I think the overall product will be truly amazing for us once it's rolled out. But it is a problem area where I'm sure John is losing more sleep on it than I am, but we're making it work. The other item that was talked about briefly is the updating of the tangible cash capital assets. We are required to invest a specific ratio of our dollars into our county based on the infrastructure that we do have. We have not met that target in the last couple of years. We are fairly confident we will hit it this year. And a large part of that is based on how the tangible capital asset policy is currently written. As mentioned by Jeff today and I believe yesterday as well, we are changing those values and those numbers because we've been doing a whole lot of work that we weren't giving ourselves credit for in capitalizing the value of our assets. And so with those changes alone, we think we'll be closer to that one number, if not exceeding it. But that said, every municipality in Canada has an infrastructure deficit and we can always use more money if you're willing to give it to us to work for within the budget process. And then one thing that I would like to move forward with a little bit more in 2024, and it's definitely a GMP discussion, is the local business directory / if there's a business license. Two reasons that I'm seeing that now as a touch point is we are having local businesses reach out to us saying, how do we get a call to get support services? We did change some of our legislation this year, and we saw, I think, 20 or 30 new businesses sign up for our gravel and water haul program, and we actually got a lot more local content and availability than we had historically by changing some of our practices. But I have tasked all of our managers to work more exclusively with communications. So in the next 4 or 5 months, you will see more ads of us trying to openly recruit for various service levels. My hope is once we hear those people, there's effectively a list, and as my staff need those supports, we will just go down the list and call one by one, and we'll make sure that all the local businesses that make this such a great place to live are helping build it from a Woodlands County perspective. So I think we're continuing to build a really strong foundation here. I won't touch on the policies and procedures, that's a whole other item. But I think we're making a lot of great progress, and I'm really excited to close out Q4, but the real exciting stuff is in 2025 when we develop this new plan and integrate some of the basic building blocks that has been Q3 and into Q4. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Ferris. Any questions, comments, Matt? Councilor McNeil?
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the report. I think it was great. When it comes to reviewing the external training policy, that's something that I've seen in the past, like we're investing a lot of money in training, whether it's at the staff level, at the council level. Short post-training trainer review by attendees, in my experience historically, has come in very valuable, so that when you have you're sending new staff out for training, you just have a quick comment survey for when people attend training, so that you have that and you can evaluate the value of that training organization going forward. So
If I may, I can give you the report for our management training. There was some very valuable comments, and there was some comments of, I was really looking forward to this, but it could have been delivered better. So we take the training of our staff seriously, and we have to take the public purse, if not more seriously. So we have been doing that in the last 6 months. It is something I have considered rolling out in a greater detail when it comes to our conferences and that sort of thing, particularly because now that you can see the line items of some of these training that before were a little bit more opaque, it's okay, that training costs X, what is the X value that we're bringing back? And that is an active discussion we're having internally as well.
Anything else for Councilor Coogan?
Yeah, just through the chair to administration. I was in the last 4 years able to witness the progression of the public engagement that happened from a very negative place to a very positive place. And you know, we have to give credit to Joan and Jeff and the team, because we actually addressed that in Goose Lake, and it was a very sensitive thing, and they've progressed to the point now where they actually were asking the questions, being really open to, you know, phone me, all of those things. And we ended up getting back a really comprehensive idea of the direction we should take, and it was mostly from the public. And it did a number of things. The second thing was that there were things brought up that were not in the purview of the municipality that now also can be furthered by the local group. And so what I was seeing here was that because we had our staff open up and be really engaged, not in a confrontational way, but really asking what's important, I think that the future for these things, anything that's really sensitive, I think we should be there, and we should just be able to watch what they do, because they did a really good job.
Anything else?
I'll make a motion then to accept the CAO report for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion to the motion? Not seeing any. Call a question. All in favor? It's moved. Ad hoc Indigenous Pathways Committee.
Thank you, Reeve Kush. So this item is coming before you, right before, the election, there was a council committee bylaw that came before council for, consideration, I believe it was second and third reading. It reestablished the Indigenous Pathways Committee, and also made some historical changes based on legislation updates to update some things. Unfortunately, that bylaw, was defeated. However, the one thing that came out of it was a discussion that some of the previous council wasn't fully aware that an ad hoc committee is only alive, according to our current bylaw, for a year, after which point it ceases to exist. And so that was a new change. Part of that change that was implemented in 25 when we updated the community, the committee bylaw was because there were these historical remnant committees that kind of existed and kind of didn't. So the thought process was if council was committed to having additional meetings on that, it needed to be codified in the bylaw as recommended by the MGA, with the exception of one-offs. There was the strategic plan and the tactical plan and just as a good neighbor representation has always indicated that we take our relationships with the Indigenous community strongly and as an important aspect of it. One of the things that this past bylaw was to do was to reformalize the Indigenous Pathways Committee. But because it was defeated on another reason, in my personal opinion, that got lost. As a result, and with some discussion of some of the concerned councillors, we have brought forward the proposal to establish the Indigenous Pathways as an ad hoc committee, and direct us to bring it back to the committee level. We have put in the draft terms of reference. There for you where it is 2 Woodlands County Council resident or councillors and 3 members at large. But ultimately it is your discretion if you have it. We have historically provided different amounts of funding to various Indigenous groups over the years. It will be a good thing for the community and our partners.
Councillor Dean.
Through the chair to council, I guess, Matthew gave a pretty good overview of the history behind, and yeah, charge me as guilty. I didn't realize that this ad hoc committee ceased to exist after a year. And so we held a couple meetings when we weren't really supposed to be holding meetings. I think I know that council supported the direction that we were going in. The question I have for administration is with respect to the terms of reference, as you said, these proposed terms of reference call for 2 Woodlands County elected officials and 3 members at large. We have not been, this committee, this ad hoc committee has not been operating with members at large. And members at large obviously add to the robust nature of a committee. I think in this case though, we're still finding our way. There's a lot of things that administration is helping the elected officials that are on this ad hoc committee in order to have the right dialogue and the right communication with the Indigenous community. So I would propose that we keep the committee small. It was council struck the committee with the Reeve and 1 individual. I of course brought the issue to the to council, so I was appointed to it, and I would suggest that we continue with that for now at least, just having 2 on there. And if that is the will of council, how does this affect the recommended action? Would we just make that recommendation within the motion?
Yeah, if that's the will of council, then it would be to approve the ad hoc Indigenous Pathways Committee with the terms of references amended to.
Okay.
Councillor.
The other one I wanted to add is, in addition to what Alan had mentioned, or Councillor Dean had mentioned, to have the 2 administrative support. So if we only have, 2 councillors, I don't think we require 2 administrative support either, and just wondering about the rationale for this falling under economic development when it feels like it should be more related to community services. And I think that that's probably maybe better representation.
Yeah, through the chair. Technically, it is all through community services because economic development is there. The historical practice has been one of the tasks of our economic development department is to build upon and improve our relationships with Indigenous communities. So from a historical perspective, it's always been there. I don't dispute the community service role and the programs. I believe there was also, from what I reviewed, a bit of an industrial and new business and development pathways as well, beyond just the reconciliation component. And that was part of the driving force of putting it under economic development. But both options are entirely reasonable, and I would agree, regardless if it's 1 or 2 staff listed there, the whole county will support all our committees like we do on every other one, and you'll have the resources needed regardless of who you appoint there.
Councillor McNeil?
Just my other comment on this as well is I think it's really important that we get the ad hoc committee approved and up and running. When it comes to bringing back the council committee bylaw, I think right now it was in front of council in 2025 6 times already. So I would really like to see that put off until spring, and it gives the committees a chance the new committees a chance to be established and be involved in that process. So I see this as 2 distinct separate motions.
Okay, just looking for a motion from council so we can move it. Councillor Dean?
Sure, so I'll move that council approve the ad hoc Indigenous Pathways Committee in terms of reference as amended.
Okay. So we have a first motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing any? Councillor McNeil?
No, sorry.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? It's passed. And you want to make a second motion,
Sure.
Councillor Dean?
Move that administration be directed to bring back the council committee bylaw with this committee, pardon me. So if I'm not prepared to make this motion until I ask a question. If we need the committee bylaw to be amended to include the ad hoc, and the will of council is to not bring the committee bylaw back until Q2, how does that affect the operation of the committee?
If I may, through the chair, it will not affect the committee in any way, shape, or form. So you are allowed, according to our current procedure, you are allowed to establish an ad hoc committee. They have a life expectancy of 365 days from the date they were established. So October 29th, 2026, this committee will cease to exist unless you establish it by bylaw.
Okay, so then move that council directs administration to bring back the council committee bylaw with this committee established within it sometime in Q2 of 2026.
Councillor, discussion to that motion? Not seeing any. I call the question. All in favor? It's moved. And then just for point of reference, do we need to appoint today now that we have an ad hoc?
We should appoint if you so wish.
We have individuals who want to sit on that committee. Okay, I'll make a motion to appoint Councillor McNeil and Councillor Dean to the Indigenous Pathways ad hoc committee. Discussion on that? Not seeing any. I'll call that question. All in favor? Okay. 11D3 Q3 2025 policy update report. So list of everything that's been amended.
This is a comprehensive list of all the policies and procedures that have been dealt with in the last quarter. With the change that occurred this year, I do have the authority to make administrative changes if it doesn't alter the overall structure, but further to that, I have the discretion to establish HR policies as needed to maintain the operational success of the organization. For the most part, most of these have occurred with some consultation with council. But as you can see, our team has been busy in updating, and the average life expectancy of the policies we replaced was over 20 years old, so I had a lot more hair then. And in progress, we're currently updating, we're not updating, we're reviewing a significant number of policies. We're still trying to flesh out a proper AI utilization policy. We're working on our equipment replacement, winter road operations policies we're reviewing, we're looking at some standards. One thing that I'm looking forward to, and it keeps getting delayed slightly, is the rollout of our electronic signatures for checks. Once we do have our new financial software, we will be able to digitize some of the signatures and have proper procedures. But what it will do is speed up some of our payment deadlines and metrics within the corporate services department to get the checks out the door so we can close projects completely. And then you'll see a comprehensive list of all the policies that were rescinded. And our team has been doing amazing work, and this is just further proof that we're trying to make sure that we have a proper footing, policy, procedures, and standard wise, so that the successes we have in for the next forever are grounded with expectations both of our staff, of our managers, but also council, but most importantly the public. So we're building that structure and that groundwork, and I look forward to continuing to bring that up to snuff for everyone.
Okay, any questions, comments here? Not seeing any. If I can get this accepted for information. Councilor Wright.
Make a motion that council receives the quarter 3 2025 policy update for information.
Thank you, Councilor. Call the question, all in favor? That's moved, and the last one is just the procedure that was adopted at the ICF.
Absolutely. So as we mentioned, we've been actively working with codifying expectations with the town of Whitecourt. This was taken to our ICF committee after 3 or 4 months of discussions between myself and John and the staff at the town. We are recommending that it be approved as presented. That said, my understanding is if it hasn't happened yet this month, the town will also be adopting it. The one item of note I will note is that we've now mandated certain meeting dates. It most likely will come back for some amendments now that our council meetings are on Thursdays. But that is what it is, that's a growing pain, and I hope to work collaboratively with the town to come up with a new date, so.
Alright, thank you. Any discussion on this policy here? Not seeing any. If I can get a motion to accept, Councilor McNeil.
I'll make the motion that we accept the council adopt procedure ICF -1.001 ICF supplementary procedures as presented.
Councilor, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. And then number 13, a motion to adjourn. Councilor St. Martin. Motion to adjourn on the floor, call the question, no discussion there, all in favor? That's carried. We are adjourned at 3:15.